Welcome to the Town of Douglas Conservation Commission meeting of August 19th, 2024. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast by local access programming and with remote participation available as provided on our agenda. Is there anyone here who is recording this meeting? Seeing no one, we'll continue the meeting. I hereby call the meeting to order at 6:32 p.m. I'd like to get a roll call of the members here.
Jim Foran, aye.
Brendan Doyle.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch.
And Mark Mungem. I'd like to welcome Brendan Doyle to the Conservation Commission. Thank you for signing up. No one is absent, right? Nope, we're all here.
For the first time in a long time.
Yeah. Okay, so our first item on the agenda for tonight is mail orders to be signed.
Do you want me to make a motion to push that?
No, we'll just sign, I'll just sign.
Okay.
We just have a few. Actually, yeah, make a motion to postpone it till the end of the meeting.
All right, I'll make a motion to postpone mail orders to be signed at the end of the meeting.
No one have a second?
Second.
Mike Greco seconds that. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Thank you. Next on the agenda was Brendan Doyle as the new member. Thank you, Brendan, again.
You've got one above it. We have another.
Oh, we have a potential Conservation Commission member. That'd be great.
Is Kate Thompson here? Come up.
Sure.
Come on up. Have a seat right here.
We get to grill you. Hi, Kate.
Oh, yeah.
How you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Good.
Great. Introduce yourself, tell us.
Yeah.
Sure.
What your
So
interest
my
was.
name is Kate Thompson. I know I am a bit different. I'm a young woman, but I work for a civil engineering company, but I do marketing for them, and I work with our environmental team. So I found myself really enjoying working with them and helping to support all of their efforts. And I recently moved to Douglas 2.5 years ago. Finally feel like I'm settled in and ready to contribute to the community in some way. I'd love to be able to help.
That's great.
Nice.
Awesome. Thank you, Kate. Appreciate your interest in the Conservation Commission. So what's the process that she has to go through, Matt?
Make a motion to recommend her nomination to the Board of Selectmen. Member of the Conservation Commission.
Do you want me to do?
Yeah, can you,
Yeah.
someone make that motion?
I'll make a motion to put Kate Thompson recommendation to the Board of Selectmen to be on the Conservation Committee.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Josiah Birch seconds that. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Great. Thank you, Kate. We'll see you at the next meeting.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Open meeting law, code of conduct. Matt, you'll have to tell us what that's about.
Yeah, so in all your packets, there's the open meeting law code of conduct that we have to sign on a regular basis. There's some signature sheets with your packets, just sign those and I'll collect those before the end of the meeting. That you received the open meeting law, the new updated binder, and read the code of conduct policy. Should be two things to sign. You've already done one.
Yeah, I think I got a little
You've already done one, so you're all set. You did yours at planning board the other night, so you're all set.
Are you passing this around, or is that?
No, that's mine. Sorry.
I'll take
two there. There's two different forms.
So
Keep that one.
the public body, is that conservation?
Sorry? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's-
You do have one here. Catch you up.
This what you want?
Yep, it's in here. We did these at planning board the other day, but we still need to scribble again. It's these two. It's that one. And this one. Just fill them out and sign them before the end of the meeting, or we'll do it at the end, whatever works for you.
Next on the agenda was Hayward Landing Dam Removal Project. We received a letter regarding potential removal of the dams. We're going to wait and take this on
Yeah, in the
at our
interest of
next
time, it's
meeting.
just carrying this on to the next agenda.
Okay. Perfect. Item number 2, meeting minutes. I'd like to look at the January 22nd, 2024 meeting minutes. Has anybody had a chance to review these minutes? Brandon, you haven't looked at them?
I did look at them, but I don't know what they're all about, so.
Oh, you saw him.
In attendance that night was Joe Fitzpatrick, myself, Eric Harris, Mike Greco, Jim Forn, and Brandon. So we have 2 here tonight that were at that meeting. Is that okay for us two to be able to approve these meeting minutes?
You, Jim,
Yep.
and Mike. The three of you can vote.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and Mike too, sorry. Sorry, Mike. I read them, and the only thing I noticed was that at timestamp 2030, it says PFST testing and then PFAS. So I believe the PFST is supposed to be PFAS.
Got you.
So I was good with that. Can I make the motion that we approve the meeting minutes of January 22nd?
Accept the motion.
I'll accept it.
Yep. And second.
I need a second. Seconded by Mike Greco. All those in favor?
Jim Farr and I.
Mike? You in favor of them, Mike?
Yes.
Thank you. Mark Mungem, aye. Get those ones behind us. Next up was February 12th. Did you have a chance to look at these, Jim, by chance? Or Mike?
I read through them, so that's fine.
I did not.
We can table it if you want.
Let's push it till later. See what we can do.
All right. You make a motion to move February 12th, 2024 meeting notes to the next meeting of September 23rd, 2024.
You guys don't need a motion for that.
Oh,
We'll just
okay.
carry it over.
Carry over?
Yep.
Okay.
And we'll try to get to it at the end of this meeting if we have time.
Okay. Do the rest of it. Table the rest.
We're going to table the rest.
Ethics discussion.
All right, you're up next, Brandon. We've got an ethics discussion. This should be fun.
Okay. Be passed around?
I'll try to be quick here.
This one?
So you should see in your packet
Got it. Gotcha.
an email
Thank you.
decision from the Ethics Board, because as you've noticed, I've had to recuse myself from Allen Engineering projects, which I'd rather not have to do.
Yep. I'll take them. You keep the top. I'll take them.
So,
Okay, thank you.
and the reason why I've been requested to recuse myself is because I have a recent hire named Margaret Bacon, who many of you know from town. And she's a professional engineer and a professional wetland scientist. She's had her own company called Civil Site Engineering here in town for a very long time, several decades. And as you can imagine, she's, made some connections here in town, done work for folks. And she recently gave up the civil site business and went to work for Allen Engineering. She worked for them for about 6 months, and then she moved over to work with me. So Allen Engineering has asked that because Margaret works for Ecosystem Solutions, that the entirety of Ecosystem Solutions recuse themselves. I questioned the wisdom of it, but I have not, said no to the recusal. So what I did is I went to the Ethics Commission to ask them about it. And their answer to summarize is, just because Ms. Bacon works for your company doesn't mean that the whole company has to recuse itself. It goes to reason that obviously Ms. Bacon cannot review any work that she did while working at Allen Engineering. So that makes sense. That said, Ms. Bacon said that she's going to, and they even said that Ms. Bacon can review other work from Allen Engineering that she didn't work on, but she has no interest in doing that at least for a year as a cool-off period, just stay away from it. And I think that'd probably be the most simple way of going about it. So no problems there. But the question is, can myself or Sam or someone else in my office review Allen Engineering projects? And the answer is yes. What you need to do is you need to fill out 2 forms. One is a financial disclosure called Section 19 that states that I have no financial interest in the decision-making process. And the second one is called a 23B3 appearance of conflict of interest disclosure form, asking me if I believe that I can review Allen Engineering projects, objectively, even though Ms. Bacon works for me. And the answer is yes. And what you have to do is you have to submit those forms to your issuing authority. In my case, that is you guys, the Conservation Commission, to see if you agree. So Ms. Bacon is going to keep herself out of the review process for a while, like at least a year.
Okay.
And I asked for permission from the commission to be able to start doing reviews of Allen Engineering projects starting again now. The other part of it is that, I have, when I mentioned Margaret, and also I have Samantha here, who is currently working as more of an assistant, but eventually she's going to get up to speed and to help take some of the workload off of me. And they picked up on that. They said, Brandon, when the town of Douglas, yes, they did hire your company, Ecosystem Solutions, but they did it with the specific intent of hiring you, Brandon, for your particular skill set. So I said, okay. So what they ended up saying is if you want to have any other member of your team do work for the Conservation Commission, you have to get specific approval from them to say that these are also people who are authorized to do work on, your behalf, on behalf of the Conservation Commission. So at this point, in addition to the issues with Margaret that I just spoke about, I would like to be able to get Samantha on the list of approved, personnel from my company the commission would allow to help me and assist me in the work here, and also to help officially bring Margaret on board, if that's okay with you. So that's my request.
Okay. How do we respond to this matter? Just discuss it here at our meeting and respond in that way?
Yeah, if the board wants to make a motion to that effect, that's absolutely fine with us. We understand as a town, so.
I mean, I don't mind. I think that we are hiring Ecosystem Solutions. Obviously, the emphasis of that, we would hope would be you. But I would understand that there are some assignments that it might be better for Samantha to do, or someone else from your office to do.
Right.
So,
And there are some skill sets that Margaret has that I don't have. For example, she's a professional engineer, so I can't do that work.
right.
Right.
And so I noticed in your proposal that also, you and others have different rates. So, using another person might be less expensive if they have a lower rate than you or whatever, so.
True, for non-53G work, that is. Okay, so if it's something that doesn't involve 53G, because I have a flat rate for 53G, no matter who's working on it, and some people, I think, are undervalued, and some people might be a little overvalued, not really, but it's the same flat 125 rate. But if we're doing non-53G work, yeah, that's tiered.
I have a question. Would you be reviewing all of the projects that, Samantha would be doing?
Oh, yes, yes. Now, Samantha, she is coming along with very well. She's a recent college graduate. She has now 7 months with me, but I think you can all tell she's pretty bright.
Yeah.
She's been doing very well with wetland delineation. In fact, she's been going to the meetings in the town of Mattapoisett, which is another town that we service. She's going to the meetings, and I'm attending just by Zoom, because they told me, Brandon, we like her, you can stay at home. So it gives you a little idea of how well she's a very good with people. She's an excellent communicator, and she's learning the biz, so to speak, very quickly. But yes, for now, I would be directly supervising any work that she does. Yeah, and Margaret, I mean, she's got more experience than I do.
Got it.
I mean, I'm personally willing to allow it. And if it's not working like we had thought, we can always pull back or discuss that with you. So,
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean, everything's out in the open and on the table, so I think that's fine.
okay.
So that unanimous assent from members?
You need a vote, or just do it?
Yeah, why not?
So I can make a motion for Brandon for the ethics discussion and agreed that Margaret and Samantha and whoever else, those two for right now, right?
That's fine. I had some other folks in the
The packet.
packet, but I'd be perfectly happy with Samantha and Margaret for now. I think that's really all we need at the moment.
All right, I'll make a motion for that then. Second.
Motion's been made and seconded by Mike to allow for Margaret Bacon and Samantha Carew to act on behalf of the town of Douglas in our wetlands review work. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mangum, aye.
Thank you all for doing that.
Yeah.
No problem.
And I think it's going to be good, too, because you're not just limited to one person who might get sick or, go on vacation. You will always be covered. Yep.
So as part of this, there's also a fee schedule for us to review. This is
Right.
for 53G reviews, right? So this would be for any project requiring a 53G review or
Okay.
a peer review consultant.
So to explain, right now, through 53G, I'm asked to submit something called a work program, which is basically a quote or a cost estimate for each individual job. And I have two other towns that we work for on a we call continuing services basis. And what I have with those towns is something called the consultant fee schedule. And there's a rubric involved with it based on the Wetlands Protection Act fees. And it's all tiered. Category 1, Category 2, Category 3. So the fee starts lower at Category 1, which, for example, would be like a house addition, or you want to build a shed. Category 2, new single-family house, things like that. Category 3, new subdivision, commercial, industrial project. And as you go up, the fee increases. And also, another way to make it as equitable as possible is that there's a fee for like BVW delineation verification. So how many linear feet of, say, BVW needs to be verified. So the idea is, you get a large site, it's going to be more work. You have to pay more because there's going to be more BVW. Smaller sites, there'll be less, right? So that's the most equitable way I could think of doing it. And it's in place in these two other towns. And the beauty with that fee structure is that the applicants engineers, more likely to put them together, they know what the fee is going to be on my end when they submit the notice of intent. And they don't have to wait a meeting to get the work order approved. So I am off to the races before even the first meeting. So that's the value in that. Whereas, the more times they have to come back, the longer your meetings get, and also the more expensive it gets for the applicant. So that's the theory behind it. I think it's been working well in other towns, and I think it can work well here.
Mr. Chairman, we've also discussed this with the town administrator, my staff. We're in agreement with the rate schedule here, with the peer review fee schedule and the 2024 rate schedule.
Right.
Great.
And one last thing is that, of course, this is more for the audience, but when the project is done, the certificate of compliance is issued, if there are any additional funds left unused in that 53G account, they get reimbursed to them when it's all done. If something happens that requires more unanticipated work, it gives us the option of asking for more fees. That usually doesn't happen unless you have a really bad plan or something goes off the rails somehow.
So should we vote to accept this
Yep.
rate schedule?
We're going to vote to accept the peer review fee schedule and the 2024 rate schedule as presented by Ecosystem.
So moved.
Motion's been made by Jim and seconded by Brandon to accept the fees and rate schedule.
Jim Farr and I.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mangum, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. All right. Item number 4, Open Space Committee discussion for the Community Preservation Act regarding signage and trail maintenance at the Musinski Conservation Land, 77 Mumford Road. Someone here to discuss?
That was not supposed to have the community preservation part at the beginning. That goes to the next question, so.
Do we need to sign something for Brandon or? For, I don't know, just, it's good to go.
Hi.
I'm Sue Perkins, Chair of the Open Space Committee, and this is Becky Calvert on our committee.
Thank you.
We have been poking around on the Mumford Street conservation property lately and clearing trails. We got together a trail committee, and we found that, there is a nice trail on the property, but there's potential for more trails there. And there's also, Becky's taken pictures to show that the sign for the parking we need more signs. Parking, there's one trail dead ends at someone's driveway. He would like a sign there that says private property. Maybe make a little bridge across a brook, cut the roadside brush back, sign for the trail, and clearing the parking area. So we didn't know, if you folks entered onto conservation land and had any maintenance plans or any money set aside for any of these improvements, or, we do have a budget as well, but we wouldn't mind sharing costs for some of these things.
Sure. Yeah, I know the property pretty well. I walked the trail
Right.
last week, actually, and, because it's a really nice walk. It's not long, takes 10 or 15 minutes, but it's really nice. So I'd be interested to hear what your thoughts are, or any changes that you have in mind, or additional trails. Because I too have walked and gone down the trail and missed the one that goes down and across the little brook and gone straight to the guy's driveway, or
Yeah.
person's driveway, and like, oh, I guess it's not going here, we need to. So yeah, the signage
Does
there
have
could be a
sign,
little
but
better.
it's way up high, so
Right.
it isn't vandalized.
Right.
So on our site walk, I had GPSed it, so the line in purple is the existing trails out there. And there's actually a trail that actually goes out to Manchog Street too.
Yes,
A little bit wet out that neck of the woods.
right.
The wanderings around in blue were just us wandering around to see if we could come out on another area out on Manchog Street. And found some boundary pins up that way. Number 12 on this map is that bridge crossing right before you go onto that private properties, well, after you go into that private properties. And there needs to be a bridge that should be installed there. I can pass that around. Looking at where the parking is on Mumford Road, you've got the parking up the road, and trail entrance is way down here.
Yes,
At the very least, the brush should be cut back on the side of the road, so there's a safe place to walk from the parking to the trailhead area.
right.
And we looked at that with some recommendations for signage. And I'd be happy to give this to you to look at it when you have time. It's not huge signage, but when you're coming up to that to go park, you know where it is to park. But somebody that's not familiar with that, the Leon Conservation Commission, conservation area is set way back, and you're almost past it by the time you realize that, oh, this is where you're supposed to park. And then you park in there, and you're like, well, where do I go from here? So recommending some signs closer to the road with, parking with the arrow on both sides, and then another arrow from the parking area, trail entrance down this way, just to direct people. And so I kind of mapped that out for anybody that wants to take a look at that, see if it makes sense.
Does the Conservation Commission have any funds, Matt, with which to be able to do a project or create signs? Because we also have a sign that we need to create for another conservation property. Keven, exactly. And it hasn't gotten done, and we need to do that.
I have to look at it. I think the wetlands funds have to be used for specific purposes, but I'd have to double check. I'm not totally sure. I'll find out for next meeting.
Thank you.
Sue, how far does that property go back? Because I walked it many years ago. It's still Leon Mazinski one, right? Yeah, it definitely needs signage because I turned around at the brook.
The conservation had these cute little
Salamanders?
salamander signs. I don't know if they have any more of those.
I know.
There's a few of them out there.
Okay.
They're pretty
Oh,
good.
I'll have to go take a look again.
Yeah, and, there's a Boy Scout, Eagle Scout bridge in there now. I don't-
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
It's not quite ADA,
But
but it's
Yeah.
a bridge.
But our eventual goal on this is, okay, we're targeting this property first, is to get the signage in there, get the bridge in there, we've got the main trail GPS, and that map can be, we can start putting stuff like this on the town website, so people know where it is.
yeah, it's like, I still don't know how far back it goes.
It goes all the way to...
It goes to Manchog
Street.
Okay,
It goes from Mumford Street to Manchester.
okay,
That one loop trail in there right now that's
pass that
existing
to
is,
Josiah?
it's a half-mile long.
okay.
And if we, just cut a little bit to the left, make a little loop off the left, you can go
Oh,
along
I
the
see.
river.
Okay.
It's very pleasant. Brandon was out there with us.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, it's-
I
this
I would
spring.
like it to go by the river because it's so aesthetic. I mean, it's so nice there.
Yeah, and maybe, eventually connect with the Maryland Doobie property on the other side of Manchog Road, or the Conservation Drive property between the two as well.
Yeah, it has a lot of potential, for sure.
So
So,
put that into the mix for you.
yeah, no, I think we will take it under advisement, and I think everyone, it would be nice if everyone could get out there, take a walk, come back with some ideas.
Snippers.
Yeah, exactly. Last fall, it had some trees down on it, and I know you took them and cut them off this spring, so thank you for doing that. And I agree about, the parking is separated from the entrance into the site, so you have to walk along the roads. Trying to keep that roadside clear would be, for safety purposes, would be good. But, thank you.
Add that to the highway department
Yeah.
jobs, keep it trimmed back,
Right,
trim the parking lot up would be nice.
right. So we'll look into whether we have some funds available to be able to do some more signage and to assist with any of the trail work as well.
Yeah. I mean, we do have a little trail committee that they love to come with their wagons and their chainsaws, and it's great.
I'll get back to
Yeah.
Sue.
While you're here, I noticed the bridges are in on, off of Maple Street, the 18-acre parcel that you purchased along the property, so
That's
look great.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
You
You can
can give that
keep
to Mark
that.
so he can
Okay.
keep it with the packet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate your assistance.
We get up, but we're the next one on the agenda as well.
Okay. So next on the agenda is
Open space.
Open Space Committee, general discussion regarding the Preservation Act.
Yeah, we just wanted to educate you on what we've been doing since May, is we have completed getting enough signatures to put the petition to vote this Community Preservation Act in on the November election. So now we're just trying to educate people what it is so that they know what they're voting for or not. And it's, I don't know if you folks know anything about it. Eventually, if it does pass, we will need representation from the Housing Authority, the Conservation Commission, one member from each of these, planning, historic, and parks, or someone else similar. So if it does pass, think about stepping up, somebody. Basically, what it is we are proposing to put a subsidy on the taxes of 1.5%, which is, then we have exemptions. The first exemption is the first $100,000 value of the property. This is for commercial, industrial, and residential. And the second exemption is for seniors And the third exemption is for low-income people. Then we have levels of income that's acceptable for a 1 unit or 2 unit, whatever it happens to be. So, and this will be matched by a fund that is built up by the Registry of Deeds. And the money that they collect over the year is distributed back to the towns and the people who spent money, if you have accepted this particular CPA. And so that would we would raise in town with a 1.5% increase, or not increase, subsidy, would bring us $243,000. And that fund, which will be matched, not exactly, depends on what's going on with the state as far as deeds and everything else in other towns. 196 towns out of 351 have adopted this. It's been going since 2000. So if we vote it in, then 10% has to go towards affordable housing, 10% has to go towards historic preservation, and 10% towards open space and recreation. We don't need to spend it all in a year, it's just that has to be in reserve. So then there's 70% left over to put towards, if we have a big project that we want to, and it doesn't have to be just towards town-owned property. So, there's a lot of things in town that the little bit extra money would motivate us to, maybe work on a river walk or trails or historic preservation, the old fire station, or, and then affordable housing. There certainly isn't a lot of that for people who want to stay in town but can't afford to do that. So we think it's a good deal. And there's a lot of money that's been raised, and this, I don't know if everybody saw this in the last paper, but this, Northbridge has adopted it, and they've saved the Castle Hill property. They were able to buy that. And this actually, we worked on the open space plan for 2 years and got that going, which is, if anybody wants to see it, it's in the library, or Chris Furno has a hard copy of it. And so that will give us opportunity for grants, as well as being a member of the Community Preservation Act, having acted. So we will have freedom to get more money.
It will be leveraged.
Any questions?
No, I think that's a good summary.
I have a question, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
I don't mind.
Thank you. So with Chapter 61 land, when somebody tries to take it out, the town has something called the first right of refusal. Is this money that could be used to purchase property as part of a first right of refusal?
Absolutely. Yes.
All right, just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to,
And everything that the committee votes, decides to do has to pass at a town meeting. So that
Okay.
produces a lag in time
Yeah.
for that particular 61 activity, but
uh,
maybe we could manipulate something to make it work.
yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how that would work then.
The whole is special.
Special town meeting, if it was a big thing.
Depends, obviously.
And where did you say the funding comes from?
Registry of Deeds.
So it's not an increase in anybody's taxes or anything like that?
No, it's a subsidy, 1.5% surcharge,
Okay.
yeah, surcharge. So, for instance, my house is valued at $414,000. Take off $100,000 exemption, $314. 1.5% subsidy would be $62 a year to raise $250,000 for the town.
Yeah.
Per year?
Just one of those other numbers.
Per annum?
Mr. Chairman. Like if your tax bill is $5,000, 1.5% is $75. You consider it an investment towards your town. That's what this is supposed to be.
If your tax bill is what again?
5,000.
Yeah, that's the average, like.
5,000?
Yeah, that's-
500,000.
You mean 500,000, don't you?
But your actual bill.
If your bill is actually 5,000.
Oh.
I got
Bill being
it.
$5,000.
Yeah, so yeah, I got it.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Is there a cap on that? Is there like a if you're saying 1.5% now,
We could have selected anything between 1 and 3, and we decided this town might
oh, I see.
be better with 1.5. Mendon went for 3, and they've gotten millions out of it. But they got on early, so that there was fewer people dipping into the pot as well.
Yeah.
And different years have different deep pots.
There's also the opportunity, if the town really, it's going really, really well, that you can actually change that surcharge percentage.
You could lower it to like 1% or something?
Go to
or-
1%, or you could go to 3% or 2.5%.
Every 5 years, you get a chance to
Change
vote
it.
it out too as well, right?
All right, that's a great summary. I think we have to move on with our meeting
All right.
tonight. so
All right, thank
we
you,
have a
Sue.
lot to look at
All
and
right,
do.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up on the agenda was a notice of violation for cease and desist, 31 Glen Street.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can give you an update on that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I should, oh, wrong one. Here we go. Okay. 31 Glen, is this 31 Glen? Yes. Okay. So on July 19th, I sent out a notice of violation and cease and desist to Lauren Macagnano at 31 Glen Street. A complaint came in during the day on, see, I was there the same day that the complaint happened, which was the 19th. And there was a complaint that trees were felled within 100 feet of a water body and wetlands. So I visited the site with Mike Fitzpatrick. Matt Benoit was out that day. So what I'd like to do is show you some video. Not video, but pictures, if I can find where Zoom is. Where are you, Zoom? I opened you up. Where did you go to? Here you go. So share. There we go. Okay. So it's just one instance is unauthorized cutting and clearing of vegetation within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland and a pond on site. So this is some of the trees that were cut down here. There's one here, one here. The wetland is just beyond this wood line here, definitely within 100 feet. Some more examples of the trees that were cut down.
Those wood chips?
Yeah, from the cutting of the trees. This is the little pond. It's behind a dam, a very old earthen dam that goes back, I don't know how far, and I don't believe it's even a registered dam because it's not holding enough water behind it to even have to register it. This is a path on top of that dam. Here's another look at the pond.
How far from the water body is this work?
Within 100 feet. So I'm documenting all the trees that I thought were cut within 100 feet, like, for example, this one right here. This one right here. This is the one I just showed you.
This received this from the applicant, so I'll check the true, which shows about 10 trees.
All right, so here's Mr. Fitzpatrick and Lauren right here. So what we did is we asked them to please cease and desist, don't do any more cutting, and to also please come into the August 19, 2024 public meeting. And I don't know, did they come?
Yep, they're here.
Okay, good. Would you mind coming up?
How you doing?
Hi, please come forward, state your name and address.
It's Lauren Macagnano at 31 Glen Street, and
So basically, I had some trees on the property that were kind of close to the structure that we're rebuilding. We're working on rebuilding my house right now. When we first started the property, they weren't really a problem because we hadn't fixed the roof yet. But the last one, the garage one, I actually brought some packets. I don't know if anyone wants to see. I know you saw most of the pictures, but I do have a picture here I wanted to show you guys of the roof of the garage. Because when we bought the property, that big giant pine had dropped branches on it and completely took out the roof. So once we did finish putting a whole new roof on it, we thought about that pine in the future, you know, doing something about it. I talked to a bunch of different tree cutters, and a lot of them didn't have the equipment to get in there safely and not harm any of the vegetation or the animals or the pond. So I have a special tree guy that used a machine that was able to use a claw to grab the branches and bring them over one by one gently, put them down on the ground, and the tree was in the buffer zone outside of the wetland, 75 feet we measured. It did have to come down. My arborist said that, you know, it was potential danger to the house, and it also had the trees right before it, he had to cut to get to it, were also leaning over. We did not want to, you know, cut any of the trees, because I want to keep all the wildlife and preserve it. That's why I bought the property. But these ones were imposing a problem. And the first one he showed you, he called it a zombie tree, and it basically was a dead tree. But he had to cut all the branches off of it because they could fall and hit the power lines or be a hazard to any one of us out on the property. They were basically widowmaker. And those are the only trees we cut, just the ones, there were a few that were closer. There's a map here to the original structure of my house. One started leaning over, and that one I was mostly concerned falling on the house. So basically, we only did the trees that were a problem. We left it, you know, anything else. But I wanted to do as less as possible. So I do have some other pictures of the machine that he used to take them down with. And I was mostly concerned about animals. So those, he gently brought the branches down and placed them. He didn't have to drop anything in the buffer zone. He basically pulled it out of the buffer zone, placed it down. So it was the zombie tree. You know, it was a hazard to anybody and could fall on the lines. Okay. And there's 3 other little tiny trees that were around the house. Those ones posed a danger to the roof itself. So he was a trained arborist. I felt really comfortable with him. I spent a little bit extra to get this machine that had the 100-foot reach.
Yep.
So it did not have to leave the driveways. It did not have to go into the buffer zone to get the trees. And I probably should have gone about it a different way after talking. You had told me I should have applied, and in the future, I plan to do that and not, you know, get in trouble. But that was the only reason we took those trees down, is because potential danger.
So this proposal, that is the proposal that you received to take down the trees? And those are the trees that are listed in here, are the ones that were removed?
That letter, the arborist wrote.
Yep.
When we had to come to to visit you people. He wrote that letter for us to bring here.
Yes, after I talked to
I have
him.
the original proposal, if that helps you. Would that help you?
No, it's all right.
I did question him about that, and then I had him rewrite this afterwards, because I told him, you know, I was worried about there being any issues, and he said he doesn't think there would be because it was a already dead tree, and we were leaving the stick, and we were using the right machine to do it, so.
One of the things, that machine, Lauren, we've been looking for somebody to cut those trees for a year. And everybody, the big tree that was up behind the garage, everybody said that they had to send a climber up the tree and section it and just let it drop.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't get a crane up there either, because the road going up there is not a very good road.
Sorry, point of order. Do you mind introducing yourself for the minutes taker?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm Lawrence Father, Richard McIgnano.
Thank you. Address?
So
What's your address?
I live in Milford, 6 Fruit Street.
Thank you.
And once we found out about this machine, it has 4-wheel drive. The tires are massive. You can't even see a footprint everywhere where that machine went. There's no evidence of it being there.
Right.
It's 4-wheel drive, massive tires, and 4-wheel steer, which made the difference. Everybody else we talked to, they wanted to send a climber up those trees by the garage and just cut them and let them drop. And we knew if that happened, one, we put the garage in risk again. And two, I don't know how many other trees would have had, would have come down from that tree falling
Or any animals.
everywhere. And, so we specifically got that machine. And every tree that cut on the entire property, it did not leave a driving area. The garage has like an area to, I guess you would drive on in front of it, as well as behind it. And then there's a cart path that curls up behind the garage. The machine did not leave any of those areas. It reached from the driveways to the trees and took the trees down.
All right, thank you. Brandon, did you see any disturbance of the ground in your walkthrough and review of the area?
There's maybe some track marks. No, there was no big rutting. And Mr. Chairman, I think this is a classic example of just putting the cart before the horse.
Yes.
It's
That's what
something
I'm
that-
seeing.
That most likely could have gotten approved, they just didn't ask for approval first. Didn't go
Exactly.
about it the right way, so they're doing it a little backwards. That's all.
Yep. I think if they had asked, we would have probably had them do an RDA and probably said it's not an issue.
I'm not going to say you're wrong. With the certified arborists,
Yes, exactly, with their report and the fact that they're dead trees.
you know,
so.
for example, like this structure right here and this big tree right here, I can understand why somebody wouldn't want that tree there, but you
Understood.
need to file and you need to have the certified arborist letter saying that the tree is danger to life and or property.
Right,
Yep.
right, which we have now.
Yep, so I think it's
So-
just a matter of going through the motions of a filing to remain as consistent with all the people in the town, with them as the commission is with everyone.
So you're saying after the fact, our request for determinate of,
I'll let you decide whether you think this is an RDA or an NOI, but
okay.
some kind of application.
Any thoughts on you guys, whether you think it's an RDA or a notice of intent required?
Probably NOI. That's what I'm thinking, but, they removed that huge dead tree already, and that was the hazard, so I agree with that, so.
I have a question.
Yes, Matt?
Through the chair to Brandon. Could they do this tree work under the enforcement order?
No, because in an enforcement order, you have to, usually you have to restore something. It doesn't allow you to do more work or alteration. It requires you to stop the alteration and do restoration in an enforcement order. And the only form of and paperwork that comes in the commission that allows for new work and new alteration would be an RDA or an NOI.
So for that recommendation, I'd recommend an RDA filing for us. So what we typically do for tree removals with an arborist.
Yes, that's what we have done. We just did one of the ones up on Joseph Drive was an RDA. I think this is less of a
So it's-
impact
it's
than
less
that.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So I think an RDA is in order as well. So we would like for you to file a request for determination of applicability. And in that, I would like to know, what your future plans are and how you're going to handle the stumps.
We're going to leave the stumps.
You just need to state that.
Okay. I'm sorry, what did you say that again was? A request for?
Request for determination of applicability. RDA.
Call our office tomorrow, we can help you with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how do we go about doing that?
He says to call it off.
You're going to,
Yeah, okay.
yeah. It's a pretty simple, you have all the information right here to be able to file it. So
Okay.
It's
And going forward.
locationally showing the trees on a plot plan and, what size the trees are, that they're dead, and what you're planning to do.
Okay, great. We'll contact you tomorrow. Okay, what was your name?
Matthew Benoit.
Oh, yeah, you're the, okay, all right, yeah.
I have a
I know
question,
who
if you
you
don't
are.
mind.
Sure.
The property has never been really taken care of, and there are trees, it's all forested, and there are trees everywhere that are like it's more like the zombie trees, and there's a
Yeah.
lot more trees that they're broken, or they have large branches that are broken and just hanging because they're stuck on other trees. Next year, we were hoping to have that same machine back again to clean up some other trees that are like that. Is that something we can incorporate into this, or how do we approach?
Yes, if there's more work than you want to do than what you've already done, then you should incorporate it into this application.
Excellent.
But through the chair, not knowing exactly what that work is, that might bump it up into
Correct.
NOI territory.
Right.
So that's a much more involved and complicated application type.
All right,
So-
Right.
We'll do
So-
that one in the
So
future.
you may want to do this as an
Yes.
RDA and then come back to us with an application for the other trees that you want to take at another time.
Yes, yep.
Okay, great.
Mr. Benoit, do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right.
All right, we apologize.
No
also
problem.
for doing this backwards, and we did have best intentions at heart. So,
I can tell that by the machine that you used where you're trying to reach in and.
I'm mostly
permit this.
concerned about the animals. I wanted to do it at the time of the year where nothing was nesting. Luckily, we encountered no animals. They all fleed.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Moving on, number 5, request for certificate of compliance. Maria Assaker, 6 Ledgestone Road. Come forward, please.
Good evening, Rauf Makaris with Alpha Omega Engineering. The work was completed last year. The plan actually was approved like in 2021. The contractor was handling all the work for my client. He got the Board of Health approval, the building department approval, but he did not get the certificate of compliance with the Conservation Commission. The homeowner contacted me early this year to do the as-built and provide you with an as-built plan so we can get the certificate of compliance for her project. Matt did walk the site last week, I believe, and I believe he just have some issues with some rocks, but they are outside the buffer zone and will be distributed on the property line, near the property line, about 150, 160 feet away from the wetland.
You have some pictures you want to show us,
I got
Matt?
some pictures up on Zoom, if you want to see these. Coming in from the gravel drive. The right one here. Here we go. So coming in from the gravel drive, on the right-hand side of the home, kind of coming all the way around. Front, looks good. Looks really good. Let me show you this. One of the things here is this pile of, you just kind of see this pile of rocks on the left-hand side of the driveway, which is yet to be pushed onto the right-hand side where the open earth is. That was a task that she was going to perform by hand. I had no issues with that. It is outside the buffer, so I don't have any concerns about it taking place. Some good plantings here on the driveway, look really good. And then there's this giant hill in the back that was, it's a nice little natural buffer, I suppose, and that's part of the as-built plan. Propane tanks on the side of the home. So the back area includes the existing well back here. Side of the home. The well right to the right there. It's in accordance with the plan. Looks at the back of the home. This little set of stairs on the side of the home. Concludes my review. I have no issues issuing the certificate of compliance. It's very well done. No problems here from the top.
So I'm seeing two driveways.
Yes.
There's a gravel drive on one side of the house and a paved drive on the other side of the house, and you're only showing pictures of the gravel drive, which is the one that's in the buffer zone, correct?
I showed both.
Oh, you did show
Yeah,
both?
I showed both.
Okay.
The one with the pile of rocks is the paved drive, where they have to push those onto the opposite side. The gravel drive was in the first photo. That was an amendment to the plan that was added with the permission of this board, as the resident has an ill relative who needed access, and that provided her with some access.
So there was not a gravel drive originally on the order conditions, or on the
It was an amendment.
NOI
It was
plan?
an amendment to the plan authorized by this board.
Because I don't see like, I don't
was-
see an as-built for the gravel drive, but it is there.
It is shown on the plan, yes.
It's not in red,
Right.
or I don't see a gravel drive in red.
Yes, the contractor came, he didn't, I mean, I didn't know about it, the contractor came and he got the approval from the commission, but he didn't hire us to do that.
Okay. Anyone have any concerns on the commission?
It's a beautiful home, it's a beautiful area, it looks really good. They did a good job.
Any comments from the public?
Yes, it's hard to hear you, Paul.
Okay, thank you. Anyone want to make a motion to approve the certificate of compliance?
I'll make a motion to approve the certificate of compliance for 6 Ledgestone Road, map 109, lot 16.2.
Is that a full or partial?
A full?
I'll second.
Motion's been made by Jim and seconded by Brandon. Brandon, sorry.
I got
All
you.
those in
I got you,
favor?
Matt.
Jim Foran, aye. Sorry.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Thank you very much.
Do we have something to sign for that?
Next up, item 6, request for certificate of compliance, DEP number 143-1068, Danielle Bedrosian, 61 U Street. Anyone here representing the project? Or on Zoom?
All right.
Some notes on this. This is a partial that we issued not long ago, and we asked that they finish the driveway and the landscaping. It's the driveway for the abutting lot, which is part of the NOI. Sorry, that first plan, that first photo shows the plantings right here. There are 4, and this 5th little evergreen serves as the 5th. I think it was kept there, but it's not a bad idea. And mind that this is where the old driveway used to be, and they were asked to put 5 plantings in there, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the 5th one right there. So those plantings seem to be coming in. This shows kind of the drainage area, the edge of the driveway on both sides. This will be functioning as designed. This is from the driveway looking up. This is the edge of the pavement, kind of looking up, so the paved driveway was done. All the grass growing on all sides and growing towards the front. Some seating was down here, but I didn't see any issues with that. That's going to take, obviously, with the growth coming in. So, and that also was seated. But it's all coming in nicely. There's some old erosion control measures in there that could be removed with this close of the certificate of compliance.
The first picture you showed, Matt, showed the 5 trees that you were pointing out,
Yep.
but it looked like there wasn't established grass in that area, or
I think it's mostly...
has that not been seeded yet, or?
I think a lot of it is wood chips Sorry, that just didn't work. A lot of it's wood chips from the hill. They kind of came down with rain events, but I think a lot of this kind of took in pretty well. I didn't have any issues with closing this out as the house is already built, and this was a matter of getting the driveway finished. As part of our partial. Trees seemed healthy. I didn't see any issues with those. They're growing nicely. They have leaves on them. And this fifth evergreen serves the fifth planting.
So you said there's wood chips that are running down the slope?
Yeah,
Are they running into the buffer zone or the wetland area?
it's possible. This hill kind of ran down a little bit, but it kind of stops before it gets any close to the wetland area. It's kind of within the limit of work, and it stops before it gets any further to the edge of the erosion control, which is still up, and it's right back here. It doesn't go much further than that.
Does it appear that they tried to use wood chips instead of using grass?
Yeah, the site was, it's like they were redoing the lawn at the time that I showed up, and that was already approved and closed out on as our partial. There was some equipment up here, and they were redoing a lot of earthwork up here, kind of redoing their grass. It's like it signed off, and then they wanted to redo their lawn. I don't know if they put in irrigation or whatever it was. They're actively redoing their lawn on the piece that we partially closed out already. I think this was part of it.
Being that they're not here to answer questions to this, and I have some questions about the establishment and the grassing of that area, I'd like to postpone any decision on this until the next meeting.
Okay.
Moving on, task. Item number 7, request for certificate of compliance, DEP number 1431054, Roger Gagnon, 48 Walnut Street, Lot 1, Map 262, Lot 3.2. Someone here representing this project? Or on Zoom?
Mark, I apologize, I'm new to this, but I'm in a butter.
So recuse and
So
participate
do
as
I-
in a butter.
You have to recuse yourself as being in a butter, yep.
And sit back or
Yes.
stay here? Okay.
Yeah. Good call.
So, Mr. Chairman, we issued a partial for this, and this just had to grow grass on its septic system. And I'm happy to report that the grass has grown in nicely, as shown by the photos above. Grass came in very well. This is not the best picture, but it's actually coming in very well. And you look at it from this side, it came in nicely. So that was all we asked for the partial, was for them to grow grass. He's been watering it regularly, and the grass has grown in pretty well.
Okay. Any comments from the commission members? Any comments from the public? Want to make a motion? You okay with it?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
All right.
The grass and everything's growing, so that's good. Make a motion for a certificate of compliance for 48 Walnut Street, Lot 1, Map 262, Lot 3.25, and then for the full certificate.
Second.
Thank you, Mike. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the full certificate of compliance. All those in favor?
Jim 4-9.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Moving into new business, item number 8, public meeting, request for determination of applicability, 52 Walnut Street, tree removal fence placement, Brendan Doyle.
I have to recuse myself again.
Ah, jeez, get out of here.
Do you want to waive the reading of the public notice?
Yes.
Make a motion to waive the public meeting,
Reading it.
reading, sorry.
Second.
Motion's been made by Jim and seconded by Mike to waive the reading of the public notice. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Anyone here to represent this project?
I'm going to make a note, the public hearing is now open. Point of order.
Public hearing is now open.
This is really intimidating.
Sorry.
I'm from the city, we don't do this. My name is Dina Doyle, I'm from 52 Walnut Street.
Thanks for the cookies.
You're welcome.
So,
Did you guys have a cookie?
I haven't had one yet.
I didn't have one.
Shows their
They've been, like,
impartiality.
Matt's been hiding them and
Yeah, he's been eating them all night.
them over here.
Man,
Not
he's
getting
eating
any-
them.
Sorry, guys. All right. Come on. So,
I had a cookie, but I'm not involved with this review.
Well, they're famous back home, so they've moved.
All right.
so what we have here, Mr. Chairman, is they received a certificate of compliance not long ago for the construction of their home. And Brennan reached out and he asked if he wanted to put in a fence, which went outside the proposed limit of work. And so I took some photos of the area, kind of showing where the fence would go. It would kind of come in here a little bit to one point, and it kind of comes along the back of the erosion control measures a little bit. And this was an area where there were proposed trees to be removed, which have already been removed. This looks from the back towards the front. This kind of shows that line. It's the back and the corner where the well is, and the corner of the fence, which would come this way. Most of the land is upland, but it's buffer zone, obviously. It shows it across from the back. Fence would go right here where that tree is. It's another look of the area that's outside. So this was my concern, was the trees that were on the plan proposed to be taken down were already taken down, and they were stored in the back, kind of close to the wetlands. So I asked the applicant if those could be removed as a condition of this approval, and I believe they have since hired a contractor to have them removed.
Correct.
And this includes this brush here too, also, the brush and the logs. That was my only recommendation for condition, otherwise I see this as kind of harmless work in the BVW to put in a 6-foot chain link fence, no issues. One thing, I understand the commission usually asks for a little space under fences so that animals pass through, but I think this is to contain the animals on the property, so I think this fence should go right to the ground.
So I'm not clear, I'm sorry, as to the description of the work and what's happened and what hasn't happened. So we have a limit of work line from the construction of the house,
Yep.
correct?
Yep, and
And
that's-
that silt fence is still in existence, is still there?
Right.
And there's a proposal, this proposal is to put a chain link fence up at the location of the limit of work line?
It exceeds the limit of work line. It's the red dotted lines on the proposed plan that go outside of the limit of work, which is,
And what is to occur?
these are erosion control measures here, and this is the fence. So it's to go inside the limit of work a little bit, just in that spot.
Which spot?
This triangle area?
Right.
Oh, okay.
So,
As you can see in the photo, the land it's mostly dry. It's kind of chipped already. There's no grass or any vegetation on it.
is that because those logs and trees were removed already, as to why? So have those trees already been removed?
Yes.
So
There were
these
already
ones?
chips in that space between the two homes.
I can confirm that when I looked at the 48 Walnut Street's first certificate of compliance, I saw that as well. This is right next door.
So work's already been done outside of what was supposed to be.
Right, so the tree removal anyway. The tree removal was inside the boundaries for the limit of work, right? But the fence exceeds that, and it enters into the buffer.
And the important part of the fence is, I'm sure everyone's driven on Walnut Street, and so there's no sidewalks, no street lights, so at night, it's actually very scary to take the dog out front and try to walk him and pull back and jump into the grass if a car is coming down the road at a little bit of an excessive pace.
So the work proposed is to install the chain link fence around the property.
But should the RDA include their tree removal as well?
The tree removal's already done, then it doesn't have to.
We just had somebody come before us that we requested an RDA to remove trees that were already taken down. Shouldn't we be consistent?
Those are in this application,
They are.
yes.
So how far is the fence? I'm trying, can you read this as to where the wetland line is? Because I can't.
No.
So
You're going to have to come back over here, Matt, and show me where the wetland edge is and where the buffer zones are.
100-foot buffer is this line right here.
Okay? And then where's the 50-foot buffer? Close?
It's a lot closer, it's on the inside of the corner.
It's this down here,
It's that triangle, right?
Yeah, it's that line right there. You got it.
this one.
Yep.
That's the 50.
Right. So the limit of the work for the tree clearing is actually outside the buffer.
That helps me a lot.
Yep.
Thank you. We don't have jurisdiction over that. All right. So really, the area where the fence is, the closest the fence is to the wetlands is like 55 feet or something like that.
Right, exactly.
It's like 55 feet away. Okay. And this is at the back of the house.
Exactly.
Anyone else have any questions?
No questions.
No,
Mike?
no.
Jim?
No.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Do you want to make a motion for negative RDA?
Point of order, just need to declare the hearings closed after asking for
Yep.
public comment.
Of course. Thank you. Any public comment? Anybody on Zoom that wants to make any comments? Want to move to close the public hearing?
You don't have to move, you just declare it as chair.
You're changing things around on me.
That's how it goes. If you declare it's open, you declare it's closed, you don't need a motion.
Think I'll remember that?
Yes.
All right, we'll close the public hearing then.
So I'll make a motion then for 52 Walnut Street, tree removal / fence placement for a negative RDA.
Second.
-3 determination with the condition that they remove the trees and the logs that are placed in the buffer zone.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made to approve a negative request for determination of applicability with the condition that the logs that are placed on the property be removed. All those in favor?
Jim Vorn, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Monjamai. Thank you very much.
And by the way, negative is good.
Okay. I wasn't going to ask any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Number 9, RDA, public meeting, request for determination of applicability, 5 Laurel Glades, tree removal / deck and stair replacement. David Backus, please come forward. I will open this public meeting. Okay, could you explain what you're proposing, please?
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, name and address, please.
Backus is my wife, Brenda. He Matthew took some pictures. The existing deck has 2 trees that are really too close to the deck itself, but they're also too close to the septic tank. So the trees actually make it so the stairs are not even close to both. And you see right there, as the stairs go down, right to those 2 trees.
How long's that been going on?
I don't know, we just bought the place in October.
Wow.
So you can see that the stairs aren't even close to what it needs to be. And I said, the landing at the bottom of the stairs is like 2 feet by 2 feet. And the septic tank, and the pump tank is directly under the deck. So it's only 12 feet, it's only 12, 13 feet away from the tank. And obviously, tree roots is a serious problem with the tank.
Probably already is.
Yeah, well, that's why I want to make sure that it can't get any worse, you know. That and on the other side of the house, the slope of the yard, it comes down like way too fast. So I want to put some landscape stairs.
No, let's get to that. Talking here.
Yeah, that's it right
Yeah, that's it right there. It makes it actually, because it's all small pebble stones, it makes it actually very slippery to walk down. So I want to put some landscape stairs going up that slope.
When you say landscape stairs, could you just explain what you're planning?
Using timbers,
Yep.
like a 6x6 landscape timber, and just creating stairs going up the slope.
Okay. Do you know how many of them you're putting in?
The steps themselves, it'd be about 17.
And how close is that work to wetlands or pond or?
It's all within the 100-foot boundary.
Did Matt or Brandon, did one of you take a look at this?
Yep.
And you know the distances we're talking about?
Yeah, I'd say it's probably within 60 to 70 feet, the edge of the wetland. Maybe even closer, maybe 50, the stairs. The edge of the house is pretty close. It's lot 27 on the plot plan.
Do the stairs extend beyond the house,
No, they don't.
the landscape stairs? No.
See, you can see that post right there?
Yes, I see the post.
It's just a pipe sticking, it's like a run a string. That does not extend beyond the house at all.
Okay.
And neither would the stairs on the other side.
So the closest area of work to you're on the pond, correct?
Yes.
The closest area of work to the pond would be the edge of the house and not any further?
Correct.
And there's no work beyond that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The trees are slightly beyond the edge of the home, but obviously that's a little different.
How are you proposing to remove the trees?
A tree company come and take them down.
We have a proposal, I don't think that's right.
It would have to be taken down piece by piece. Because of the proximity of the house, there's nowhere to get a machine in there. And it would actually block the road if I could bring a boom truck.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a private road,
Okay, yep,
and it's not wide enough to accommodate a boom truck
okay,
and have traffic go by.
right, right. So it'll be done by hand, basically. They'll get a tree climber, they'll pick it down piece by piece,
Yes.
drop it
Yeah.
with ropes.
Yes.
Okay. What about the stump?
I'm looking for a little guidance on what you want, how you prefer to have it here.
Typically, that close to the water, we allow for flush cutting, and that's it. Sometimes, grinding, if it's, can be done, but not pulling the stump, never pulling the stump and removing the stump in its entirety.
When I put the stairs in, my intention was actually go over the stumps. Because it's not practical to try and get a stumper down there.
Correct.
So I could put the stairs, like, I could just flush cut to the ground and then run the stairs right over it.
Okay. Board members, do you have any other questions or concerns?
So there's also, did you say lot 27 on this map?
Yep.
Is theirs?
Yep.
Okay.
So there's also the installation of a deck and the hot tub, which was done without authorization by this committee. So obviously, it's already done, work's done, but this was kind of brought to my attention. So the deck didn't need a permit because it's only so far off the ground, but they need an electrical permit for the hot tub, which they did get from the town.
There is one.
Yep. So this is functional and installed.
Actually, it was with Conservation Commission back in the 90s. And trees were not an issue at that time. I didn't realize that the scope had increased.
So, and there was also, you wanted,
Which side of the house is the hot tub on?
it's directly behind the home.
So that is in the area closer to the water?
Yes. There was also an additional tree that was identified when Mr. Backus and I walked the site. This one right here in the middle is, I don't even need to be an arborist to explain how dead that one is. That one,
The entire top half of it is dead.
yeah.
And one of the obvious concern of that is when the rest of it dies and it falls over, it's actually going to hit the neighbor's house.
So I didn't have an issue with that being removed as part of the other tree. And then this is the final piece, if you want to talk about that.
I'd like to replace the boat dock with one of the more current model types that kind of drop in with the aluminum frame. Because it's pretty beat, it's probably 35, 40 years old.
Okay. As you keep mentioning items that are involved in this RDA, I'm thinking that we need more than what we have in terms of information. I'm not very comfortable at all with just getting a discussion and seeing some pictures that I can't understand where things are taken from and where they are in relation to the plot plan. So I would like to see a better plan that better describes this work, personally.
As part of the RDA filing, or?
Yes.
Do you mean all of it, Mark, or just certain parts of it?
Well, there's a lot of pieces to it, and I think between the stump because we obviously have talked about, you can flush cut it and go over it and stuff, but having everything all detailed out and then add the extra tree, right?
Exactly.
So,
I think we need not just a plot plan, but we need a plan of this property that shows the steps, the stump, the extra tree, the dock, and a description of the work for each of those areas. So that if we approve a negative determination, it's clear as to what has been requested, because I'm not very clear at all as what's being requested.
So does that, and I apologize for my ignorance.
You don't have to apologize, it's fine.
So are you asking them to give a plan from like an engineering firm of all of this, or break it down into different separate things, like the deck going over the stumps, and then another one is the tree removal, and the third is maybe the new dock, or? I just would like to make sure I understand.
Yeah, what I'm saying, and you can disagree as to what we should get, but I think we need an engineer's plan of the property that shows the property boundaries, that shows the extent of the house, and then also shows what's being proposed. So it shows where the steps are, the 17 steps are, where the tree is being removed, where the other tree is being proposed to be removed, and all the information that they're requesting as part of the RDA.
Do those plans already exist within the town?
No. No, they provided us a plot plan, or we have a plot plan, but it doesn't show what's being proposed on it.
Yeah, it doesn't show how big the dock is, or, how far you're going out into the,
I don't see the dock on it even.
well, it's just a picture.
Right.
Yeah.
So when we were only talking about the landscape steps and the tree, I was fine. But then we kept going
Okay, well,
and kept going, and now I'm not fine anymore,
okay, so
because,
my question then is, would you approve just the three tree removal and the deck repair?
no, because you've already done some other work that needs to be, it needs to be approved, basically. So,
How do we go about that? Excuse me, how do we go about that?
like I said, you need to create a new request for determination of applicability and include with it a plan, is my opinion.
Okay.
Is that, I don't know, Jim, Josiah?
Yeah.
Brandon? I mean,
I get worried that perhaps we're asking, maybe, is it fair? Do they have to do it all at once, or could they separate it into categories and say, look, I'm only looking to do this one thing this next month. We'd like to do the deck, cut the trees down, can you do one RDA for that? And say we're not doing the rest till later, only to be fair to,
yep. I only say no because they've already put a hot tub in within, I don't know how many feet of the pond. So, I want to see that. I want to make sure that that has, that is approved, basically.
So normally, like, when we have our plans, they show us how many feet and where the buffer zone is and how close, and like, for the dock, like, how many feet is that dock? And the new one that you're going to be putting in, is it going to be shorter, is it going to be longer, or the same size?
yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. You'd want to see catalog cuts or whatever the actual details of what the dock is. That makes a lot of sense to me.
But I mean, if they want to do it piecemeal, they can just put
Yeah.
a
That's their option. They can do it
application in
piecemeal.
just for the deck and the trees, or just the trees or whatever, and then come back, whatever's easiest for you guys.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Sir, public
Okay,
comment.
Thank you.
Before you go, any public comment on this proposal? Anybody on Zoom with any comments? Do we continue this? We have to continue this, correct?
Yep.
Want to make a motion to continue the public hearing
I'll make a motion to continue the
or public meeting?
public meeting for what? Do you want to do September 23rd? Or,
Second.
Give them a little time to prepare a plan.
Yeah.
well, it's August. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
It's a-
23rd, sure.
September 23rd, okay with you guys?
Yeah.
So we have one more.
I may have to postpone it beyond that.
That's fine. Yeah, you can always,
Get somebody to, get good landlords.
yeah, that's fine. We can always extend it.
Yep.
All
Okay,
right.
motion's been made to
Postpone.
postpone, continue.
Continue. Sorry.
Second, anybody want a second?
Second.
All right, Mike seconds. All those in favor?
Jim Four and I.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Thank you very much.
Yours now?
New business number 10, public hearing for NOI DEP number 143-1110. Notice of intent for Paul Mita, 120 Walnut Street, a detached garage.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
Just need a,
Andy Hicks from
Hold-
Guaranteed.
I'd like to open the public
well, we need a
meeting.
motion to waive the reading of the new public hearing notice.
Oh, jeez.
I'll make a notion to waive the public reading.
Second.
All those in favor of waiving the reading of the public notice?
Jim Four and I.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Monjamai. Now you can start.
You could say the hearing's open.
So I'm
Meeting is open.
Sorry.
Andy Hicks from Guaranteed Builders. I am representing Mr. Meta of 120 Walnut Street. We are proposing to construct a 28 by 28 detached garage that will have a 4-foot frost wall and a 4-inch cement slab for the foundation. They also have an existing carport that we will be removing by hand. The garage is within the 100-foot buffer zone, but out of the 50-foot no-build zone. We will be installing erosion control on the lot to prevent any runoff towards the wetlands. The proposed structure is about 53 feet from the edge of the wetlands, and we also will be installing gutters with downspouts that will dispose into a 3.5-inch pipe into a diffuser pit that will be dispersed to control the water flow from the garage. I believe everybody has a plan that we have discussed. Any questions?
So the corner of the garage is how far from the wetland again?
So that back corner is 53 feet from that edge of the wetland beyond that stone wall that's there.
What is the existing carport? Do we have any pictures of that?
We do. We have some that are in the NOI, which I have the plan up right now, but what I'll do is I'll scroll to where the pictures are. The area in which they're proposing to do the work is already pre-existing lawn. And it's a relatively level area as well. The wetland is to the left on this picture. There's a stone wall that runs along the property line, and the wetland is just beyond, like within feet on the other side of the stone wall, which is pretty common here in southern New England. So I agree with the wetland boundary delineation on site. They filed an NOI for work within 50 feet of a BVW, which I think was the right call. That said, you can see in this picture, the structure is going to go right in this area right here. So I think with it's going to be minimal grading and with proper erosion controls, it's an approvable project. And I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Mandy Hicks?
Okay, thank you, Mandy.
So I see the structure is a little over 50 feet from the wetland edge, but the limit of work is within the 50-foot, is that correct?
For the 50-foot no-build zone, are you saying?
Yes, it's within the 50-foot buffer.
Right.
Yeah. And what will happen to the existing carport area and the driveway that goes to the existing carport?
So that will be taken down by hand. There is no foundation, it's not a permanent structure, so it's just stakes. So they will take it down by hand and then just keep that area leveled out.
And then will it be topsoiled and seeded?
Yes, at the end of construction, we'll lumen seed the area before we come for the certificate of compliance.
Okay, and what about the driveway to that area? What is that, a paved driveway now, or?
Yes,
Okay, is that going to be removed or left?
that's going to be left alone.
Okay. And the driveway will be continued to the new structure? That's not really shown on this plan.
Not at the moment. I don't believe he plans on extending it. I believe he is going to leave it as is, but I am not positive on that. Unfortunately, Mr. Mehta got called into work on an emergency.
Because it would seem like you would have to extend the driveway to the garage, and so that really should show on this plan.
Okay, I can confirm that.
I would also like the plan to note, not just that existing carport is to be raised, but that area shown is to be loamed and seeded. I think that's important to note here.
So extend the driveway to the carport, Mark?
Yes.
Does it have to be a paved driveway at that point, Mark?
It can be whatever they prefer, whatever they propose.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be paved.
So, can I just ask you something?
And you're talking to the existing.
To the garage.
Right?
Yes.
So right here, is that the front? Where are they calling the front versus for the garage?
This is the front.
That's the front, okay.
Brandon, do you have any comments on the proposed plan?
I do not.
Do you have any commission members, any concerns or comments beyond?
No, I just think it's a good idea to remove the carport and then have it seated, like you said, Mark. So.
Is it maintained grass next to the carport now?
Yes.
Yes, there's grass over in that area.
Okay. Jim, any comments or concerns?
No, I'm okay with what we discussed about the lumen stuff and top seated. And then just show the driveway, right? Is that what you wanted?
Yes, I think we should show the driveway connecting to the
Sure.
proposed garage. Because it's going to be. Is this something that we should continue to allow them to make the changes to the plan? Or do we
Given-
condition the plan? condition the approval.
Given the heaviness of our agendas, there was some that came in July and August that Jen had to ask for 21-day waivers to extend them into September because, just have too many. So given that, I think it would be in everyone's best interest to try to clear the board as much as possible by conditioning it instead of continuing it.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't thank me, thank the agenda.
Any comments from the public? Seeing none, do you want a motion to close?
No, you can just close it.
All right, I'm closing the public hearing. Someone want to make a motion on this?
Make a motion for 120 Walnut Street, detached garage, map 274, lot 7, with the conditions for the loomed-in top seated for the existing carport once it's removed, and show the driveway going all the way to the new proposed garage.
Plus standard special conditions.
And plus standard special conditions.
Thank you, Jim. Any seconds?
Second.
Mike seconds. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Thanks. Brandon doesn't have his right hand over there tonight. He's slacking.
I got them. Right here. Yeah. Okay. These are the few that we've done already.
Sam.
Number 11.
Phase 2.
That's good.
And Sutton.
Tree removal required.
She's only allowed to assist me in Sutton, but Mattapoisett, she's a hit. Like,
A little bit of a drive.
well, we're based a little bit far south, so it's about the same amount of drive to there as it is to here.
Oh, is that right?
It's like either going east or going north.
You're right.
Yeah.
Huh.
The only problem is you have to go over the Washington Bridge in Providence with all the construction and traffic.
Oh, that's a mess.
It's an absolute mess.
That's a total
Moving on. Item 11, request for determination of applicability, public meeting. Request for determination of applicability for 15 Cobblestone Lane, tree removal, Valerie Okala. And I'm sorry if I got your name wrong. Someone here representing that project, please.
Yeah, I know. Did he have to open it first?
No.
Oh, okay. I'll make a motion to waive the public reading.
To what?
Waive the public reading of the public notice.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to waive the public reading of the notice. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. We'll now open the public meeting. Is someone here representing this project? Anybody with information on it?
I have information. So we have here as an RDA to remove some trees at the request of a solar company who's trying to put rooftop solar on this property. And they're trying to remove the tall trees in the wetland area here, which is, as you know, on our agenda a little later, whether it's a resource area or a standard wetland area. These trees have been identified. It's all the tall ones in these photos. So this one, these two, and the one behind it. to here. And not that one. It's not part of it. It's all the tall ones in the front. I noticed an old DEP file number on the ground here, so that proves that they had to file for us. But anyway. Yeah, we had a letter, I think this is from the solar company, as part of this application. Is it in here? No.
No, it's not.
Okay, sorry. Tree removal is part of this little plan that they gave us. And it identifies the trees in the photos, but there's only 5 of them on this plan, and they're all the tall ones that I showed you in the photos. I don't know if it matters whether or not this is a resource area or a wetland area when it comes to tree removal. We don't have a letter from an arborist. All we have is from a solar company saying that the tops of the trees are causing shade on their solar.
And do we know how far away these are from the resource area?
They're pretty close. Absolutely. They're probably right on the edge.
And is that wetland?
It's hard to tell whether it's resource or
Can we pull up the map for the wetland?
it's
Would it show?
BBW, no matter one way or the other. They're not directly in the wetland, but they're all tall white pines.
I can bring up a map if you want, your call.
Sure.
Matthew, do you know how many solar panels are going to be there?
It's all rooftop panels. I'm not sure. It's not a ground mount or anything.
Okay, that's, yeah.
Okay, we're at 15 Cobblestone.
So this is a private home, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Base map, go 2023, and let's get this shared on Zoom. Online. Okay.
Does this happen frequently in Douglas? Where they ask to cut down tall trees, get access to solar panels?
It's kind of the first one I've seen since I've been on.
We've had big solar projects where they did, yes, but not just for home solar panels. I don't remember many, if any.
This is the first one since I've been here.
There's one on Wallen Lake Road that I know specifically had a lot of trees that they wanted to cut to be able to get, better sun.
Not on solar panels, though, but on the,
That was a solar
a solar
farm, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So these trees are kind of right on the edge of their property. They're not within this thicket of trees. They're all right on the edge. You kind of see them there.
Matt, I don't think people can hear you when you're...
Oh, sorry.
This one's kind of convenient because it's right next to 19 Cobblestone, which is on the agenda tonight, a little bit later down. And we know that there's a wetland between the two properties. We also know that there's a mapped perennial stream on the USGS, which Mr. Gravosky has taken 4 days' worth of pictures for the neighbor to show that it's actually intermittent. So I think the folks at 15 Cobblestone lucked out by the work that the folks at 19 Cobblestone have done. But yeah, the wetland boundary is within the tree line to if you look at it on the left side of the house. So, what is it, they want to cut down the pine trees in the back?
The 5 tallest ones.
The 5 tallest ones, okay, so I don't know exactly where the wetland boundary is behind their house, because I stuck to the 19 Cobblestone side, so.
I'd say it's somewhere between 25 and 50 feet, for sure.
I mean, I feel like before I would want to say that they could do it would be to know if the trees are actually in the wetland or not. Or how close to the wetland they are. And I'm uncomfortable with the client or the proponent not being here to speak for the project, so.
agree.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to continue this hearing.
Okay.
September 9th.
For September 9th? Sure, I'll second that.
Okay.
Motion has been made and seconded to continue this public hearing till September 9th. All those in favor?
Jim Farr, aye.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Don't forget, you can close it. The hearing.
No, you don't
No, we
close
just
it.
continue.
Stays open.
Stays open.
Okay. I don't know. I'm right with you. I'm just going along.
I know, I need all the help I can get.
We all need help.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to do item number 18 next, as it's 19 Cobblestone, as Brendan had said? Do you want to look at that one? Next.
Is anybody from 19 Cobblestone here?
Got a motion.
Tessier?
Yeah, the motion to move that one up.
You have to make a...
Tessier? I don't have it.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Tessier.
I'd like to make a motion to move 19 Cobblestone Lane, map 189, lot 39.4, next on the agenda.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to move item number 18 up in the meeting till now. All those in favor?
Jim Farr, aye.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Okay.
Thanks. State your name and address, please. Oh,
Glenn
I'll open this meeting.
This one's already open. You're okay.
Oh, okay. Geez, I finally remembered and I didn't have to.
Thank you. Glenn Kravosky from EBT Environmental Consultants, representing the Tessiers. They're in Poland right now, and they're bringing back a rock from Poland because my grandparents are from Poland, so I'll now have a piece of little grub Poland at my house.
That's awesome.
On that.
I like that.
Me too. I was on the phone with him this morning. Just something small.
Yeah.
So as Mr. Faniff had stated on this, Mr. Tom Rabula, our DEP, I think in discussions with Mr. Faniff, did not agree on the old documentation. When this subdivision was built, Judy Schmidt, DEP section chief now, had been working for Gary Hanlon, and they had, under the old regulation of riverfront area from August of 1996 until 12/20/02, there was a certain regulation proving or disproving whether a perennial stream was intimate, and so Ms. Smith at the time had, working along with this subdivision, and the engineers had written a letter saying that she saw it dry. It was, as we might say, flimsy compared to the regulations that came in on 12/20/02, which were more detailed. DCR was going to determine whether there was a drought. They were going to issue their ruling on that. And in fact, Western Region this year was issued a drought, the very western county, and we weren't. And we, through the suggestion of your agent, I believe, who had seen it dry, I wasn't at the last meeting. I had meetings in Webster at that night. So we went forward and filmed the stream, photographed, and I did do some filming of the stream dry at the old railroad culvert. And we submitted additional new plans showing that wetland position, which could be on your screen if you choose.
Yep.
I believe it's wetland flag 21A is the railroad stone culvert, and we were taking photos there. We also took photos upstream, but normally, as long as you're 200 feet away from the proposed work, which we were at wetland flag 21A, and we showed a radius on that newer plan that we were well outside. The reason why we take it 200 feet away, because if we took the stream dry, say 100 feet away, and it's a 200-foot riverfront area, there's nothing to say that another 50 feet down the brook, the radius could have started flowing. And so we always take it far enough down that it doesn't radius within our site or our construction site. So the applicant is proposing a garage, and we have it listed in the project description of what he was proposing to do. And there was a pool also to go along with that. And they did start work and then were stopped because of this riverfront question. And we were called in, existing grades out of Douglas did the plan for us. And the brief project description was that we were proposed a 44 by 52 garage, bituminous concrete, personal use, it's not for the business. Corner proposed garage, the garage would be 99 feet from the BVW edge that I delineated. And again, then the perennial stream came up. We went through that exercise and submitted that documentation. We do propose erosion controls. We also talk about stabilizing the soils in the buffer zone that we have, loom, 4 to 6 inches what we do, and we normally utilize, and seed it. And we wouldn't take out the erosion controls until we receive a certificate of compliance, but we do talk about the erosion controls will be left in place until all exposed soils are final graded, loom seeded, and stabilized with well-established soil stabilizing vegetation. I believe that's our project, and I'm obviously here for any questions, and we appreciate your peer review.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Glenn has done everything that I've asked him to do. And again, it started with me questioning the use of 4 days' worth of pictures of a stream going dry that goes back to the 1990s. And I actually got the clarification from Judy Schmitz herself, who said that 2002 is the magic date for that, which still kind of surprised me, because apparently under the current regulation and the way things are working, you can recycle pictures of a stream being dry if they were taken after 2002, which still kind of blows my mind, but...
When you're completed, if I could, through the chairman.
Yeah, but any pictures taken prior to 2002, the commission can request to be redone, which Mr. Kravosky has done. He has proven through the 4 days of observations of no flow. So I agree that this perennial stream can be reclassified for this property anyway as intermittent. So now with the absence of riverfront area, we are looking just at a buffer zone project. And this project meets all of the Wetlands Protection Act requirements, which is basically just putting up erosion control on the downhill side. As far as the Douglas Wetland Protection Bylaw and regulations concerned, it meets all applicable setbacks. All structures are proposed more than 50 feet away. In fact, all the disturbances more than 50 feet away. And the disturbance that's there is already pre-existing because it's all taking place in their existing backyard. So I think this is an approvable project.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. I have a question in regard to the perennial stream and the designation, and how this review affects the perennial stream downstream from this area. And so what are the limits of what we're accepting as being non-perennial? Is it just to the edge of the property, or is it go further?
Technically, because this NOI covers 19 Cobblestone Lane only, it's applicable to 19 Cobblestone Lane.
Only?
Only. Now, for 15 Cobblestone Lane, I think there's a little bit of discretion that can be used there, seeing it's right immediately next door. Because what's the point of doing the exercise all over again and creating that expense and having, the review done again? But the way it's normally done is that it's limited to the subject property only and does not cover any other properties.
So you said you would, oh, go ahead, sorry.
So beyond this point, the USGS map is incorrect. It showed a pond draining into the stream and then eventually coming to this property. the original delineation for the subdivision does not go, there's a drainage divide upstream, and the USGS is wrong. But we did do USGS stream stat, and we're only draining .21 square miles, even though it's capturing more on the USGS map and stream stat above us. So 0.5 square mile, half a square mile, and also on the 99 percentile, you have to have the .01, which normally .01 with a half a square mile, and then you'll be talking about perennial. We're only .006. So we don't make it to the .01, and we don't make it to the 0.5 square miles. We're 21 with that .006. So to get back to the utilization of old photographs, we have just briefly, we had just one in Charlton where we used 05 and 15 photographs. That wasn't appealed, that was approved by the board. But there was one just recently last summer, the end of last summer, that I appealed out of Shrewsbury before their bylaw came into effect. That's why instead of going to court, I could go directly to DEP. And the whole issue is how many times do you have to prove under the existing regulation, not under that one before 02, how many times you have to prove that it's intermittent. So in the end, and we believe, because it took about 4.5, 5 months to go up to Boston for the attorneys for DEP to look at it and come back with the decision. The decision is that the previous photographs of 4 days dry were valid, and so we won the appeal. That's why Judy Schmidt is now talking about old photo documentation after 02 is valid, because there's a precedent setting. But we're not the only ones that have done this. I've been in Boylston where Ecotech tried it. I know I've heard it across the state where old photographs have been used. Apparently, the DEP has seen it enough, and this was in my 40-page document that went to DEP, that they've agreed that here's the last point, that in the regulation under that 1058, it states 4 days in any year. It never qualified what year. So technically you could use photographs from 3, 03, 14, 18, because that still is 4 days in a 12-month period of any year. When I only looked at what I thought the framers of this regulation were thinking about, not of the Constitution, but the framers of this, what were they thinking when they said any year? If they wanted to qualify within the last 5 years, or within the last 7 years, or within the last 2 years, whatever, no, any year. So that's how we approached it on the appeal. That's how I approached it when I originally submitted to Shrewsbury, and apparently that's the way DEP approaches it. So thank you for letting me just explain that a little bit, and thank you, Mr. Fana, also.
I agree with you on what you did on the property, but there were a couple of points in your speech that I disagree with.
Okay.
All right, so moving along on this application, I don't have any concerns about what's been proposed. Any commission members, do you have any concern with what's being proposed?
No.
Comments from the room? No? No public comments? Anybody on Zoom have any public comment?
Okay.
All right.
To close the meeting.
Do you want to move to close the hearing?
Don't need a motion.
Don't need a motion.
No, I don't need a motion. I'm going to close the public hearing.
So your only eligible voters on this are Mark, Jim, and Mike. This is Josiah and Brendan. We're not here for the opening of this hearing.
Okay.
Did not sign a Muller rule.
So make a motion to.
Motion to approve.
Yep.
Standard conditions for 19 Cobblestone Lane, garage/driveway, map 189, lot 39.4. Do with the classification as that the perennial stream is not really, it's intermittent.
Right, it's an intermittent stream.
Okay.
On a second, Mike?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Jim 4 and I.
Aye. Rick Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Always a pleasure to be in front of the board. I think we're all set. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Number 12.
Okay, where were we?
Number 12?
All right. This is this one?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, number 12. I'd like to open the public meeting, or continue the public meeting for Shore Road, request for determination of applicability, Wallam Lake Terrace Beach Association.
Oh, I remember this.
So all members are eligible to vote on this. The last time we opened the meeting, it was instantly continued, so all members are eligible to vote.
All right, what brings you back?
So I'm Dave Bergeron. I am the president of the Wallam Lake Terrace Beach Association.
And I'm Joe Taylor. I'm the lead supervisor at Douglas State Forest.
Okay. So you were before us previously, and
To replace the fence.
to replace the fence, and you did some work with gravel and replaced some gravel, and I believe the state came back, and
That would be me.
that would be you. All right, and I had a question about some of the work, so if you could just explain where we're at with that.
So I was here in June. What we had done was there was an existing fence. It was a wood post fence. The fence posts were all rotted. We removed the fence. We cut down briars and poison ivy from the area. It took us close to 2 years, year and a half to 2 years to do it, because no one wanted to deal with the poison ivy and briars. It was a tough job, but nonetheless, we got it done. So we moved some rocks and leveled the area, put I think you have the pictures of it.
Yep.
We put 3/4 stone in, which is exactly what's in the driveway that actually goes down to the boat ramp. The problem is, just like the first young lady that was here, we put the cart before the horse. Mistake on our part, and I apologize for that in June. But nonetheless, we ended up getting a cease and desist order, which we did. We didn't do another thing from that minute. I came in, I spoke to Matt right away, explained to him what we had done, and then I spoke with Joe, I believe that same morning, explained to him what we had done, so he was aware of it. And then we were told to do an RDA, which I completed. We did put the public notice in, and we're at a standstill at this point. If you look at the pictures I provided, I gave you a graph. And if you look at the graph, if you look at the top, this is the existing fence to the gate that is the original fence. That is still there. The two with the asterisks, which are here, are the request to replace. One of them is a 12-foot chain link fence that goes to the left of the entrance gate, and then there is one that travels down towards the seating area, which was 75 feet of fence. It's a fence that matches the existing chain link, and that's pretty much it.
So in this picture, it's to the left of the gate?
Correct.
And then it comes towards us?
Correct. So it'll go 12 feet to the left, and then 75 feet, I'm sorry, down along the driveway.
So in this graph, the pond is at the bottom of the page, correct, somewhere?
Yes, yep. It's about 110 feet.
Is it down here,
Yes,
or
it's
is it up
100
here?
It's 110 feet from the 75, but the end of that 75-foot fence. So if you,
Oh, it's that far away?
so from this point,
Yep,
the lake shoreline is 110 feet.
okay.
Maybe 111, but 110.
Yeah, so I was basically, the reason the state got involved in this is one, because it's the Department of Conservation and Recreation's property, as well as we had gotten multiple complaints from people who are living at Wallen Terrace that these guys were building golf cart parking right on the state land without saying anything to anyone. So just kind of wanted to put the cease and desist out there until we kind of figured out what was going on at all, because I was getting conflicting stories from multiple parties. And when I get 15 complaints of the different people saying the same thing, I have to take it a little bit seriously. It's not like it was just one person. I heard repeatedly that it was for golf cart parking. Obviously, I was told differently once I figured out what was actually going on. The only concern we would have going forward is just making sure that there's some sort of erosion barrier up to prevent anything from running off into the lake and, you know, further disturbing the water quality, as well as replacing anything that may have been torn out that wasn't invasive or a nuisance in the area.
So, like I said, what we took out was briars and poison ivy. If you look, I think if you look at, one of the pictures should show you that it's the very corner of it, there was trees. I don't know if it's, let me see. There were trees that actually, this picture here, if you look at the picture, these trees, this crop of trees right here, if you look at the top of that, that's the poison ivy. At the bottom of those trees, there were, you know, the base roots were probably 1.5 inches across. We cut those with snips. Now those trees actually have leaves on them. So it was just, unfortunately, we did it backwards, but it wasn't done at night or anything like that. It was all done during the day. We made a mistake. We should never have done it before coming here and then talking to Joe and the state. So that's on us. We obviously admit full responsibility for it.
So where was the fence previously? Is it in the fence, is the proposed fence in the same location as where it was previously? It is, okay.
Yes, it is. Yep.
And the area that's behind the fence that's currently wooded,
Yep.
Is there anything proposed for that area? Or
No,
is there space behind the fence that we should put in any kind of planting to keep it from just overgrowing again?
So I think if you look at the picture, you can see that the plantings are still there. Especially this picture, you can see the vegetation is still there. But if they want grass or something, that's up to the...
Basically, the way that the state's gonna look at it, at least DCR, is we prefer to go with natural fencing compared to chain link or anything like that, because it inhibits wildlife from being able to pass through. Although it is good for keeping people out, it also keeps everything else out. So that's typically the way that we look at things like this.
So is that what you're recommending or
Yeah, that would be
requesting?
what I would recommend for this, but obviously, more than happy to work with you guys, whatever you guys think. You know, I know typically along the shoreline, along most of Wallen Lake, you got a lot of high-top blueberry bushes, just, you know, random native plants and bushes that may serve as a better fence comparatively to a chain link fence. You know, more naturalistic, better for the environment, better for everybody involved, pretty much.
Why is there a fence needed there?
The fence was always there.
Yes.
I mean, it's been there since I was a kid, so I assume to keep people out. I don't know. It was there. It was falling into the driveways. We removed it, so we assumed if we're taking out a 4-foot fence, we replaced the 4-foot fence. But the rest of this property, if you take a look at this picture here, the chain link fence goes across. That whole entire other side is all 4-foot posts with 4-foot fence. It extends to the right. It comes down probably 75 feet, and then it extends all the way over to just about 30 feet from, there's a little alcove in there, where the water comes in, and it's probably, I'd guess 30 feet from there. So this fence encompasses this entire area. That's the way it is. It's still that way. So that's why we assumed if we took it out, we replaced it.
Is that a wood fence that you're talking about, or chain link?
This originally had 4-inch wood posts with a 4-foot fence. The opposite side does have the same. It's wood posts with a 4-foot fence to it. So everywhere in that area, it's all fence.
I'm just looking at this and wondering if you could reduce the length of the fence. I don't mind if we turn the fence and have it continue down to it is a deterrent from people wanting to drive around the fence and down into the beach area. But maybe it'd go to the tree, that second big tree or whatever that I'm seeing in this picture, and then from there be a more natural, high bush blueberry type of
Yeah.
fence, natural
Or even
fence.
just extending it past the gate enough so that nobody can drive through, and then that would pretty much clear that up. I don't know necessarily if it's needed to be a fence along that edge. I don't know if it was to keep people from messing up with a trailer, possibly. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like it's pretty dense vegetation there now, so that, maybe it wasn't previously, and it looked like it was more open, and you could come in that way.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Say this fence has been there for probably 50 years. I mean, I
Yeah.
was there when I was 7, I'm 61 now, so.
Okay.
It was there when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So you're probably correct.
And is this area outside of our jurisdiction? If he said the end of the fence was 100 feet from the pond, is it really even in our jurisdiction?
It wouldn't be, no. However, one of the concerns is if this is within the National Heritage of Endangered Species overlay. And I will pull up a map real quick of that.
I believe it was cutting pretty close to
Right.
it. One of the initial concerns.
Yep.
As well as that 100-foot buffer zone.
Yep.
I never actually got out because Wallam is still a mess over the summer, so.
So up on the screen, you can kind of see the driveways here, and the edge is kind of right along the beach edge, or right along the edge of the vegetation that was cleared out. And this driveway's right here. So if you keep the fence to that short distance, it shouldn't even encroach this area. At least it appears that way.
That's what I would recommend, or I would like for you to
You
do.
would say to put the 12 foot and then
12
extend
feet
it.
is fine, and I think coming down a little ways is fine, 20 feet or
Block off
something.
this, And then
And then,
we don't even need any NOI or anything.
Okay. So it's up,
Yeah, so the 12-foot and then just the, 20?
I'd say 20,
Would that give you enough?
roughly 20.
yeah, we can, mind if I do this? So
Less
rather than-
expensive, too.
Yeah,
Rather than the 75 feet, you're saying 20?
Yeah.
yeah. Because it's already dense vegetation, no one's going to really,
Good. Yeah. Yeah, that's perfectly fine by me.
It's good. Yeah?
okay.
As long as it's not for golf cart parking.
Right, and it's not for golf cart parking. Oh, you'll be back before us.
All right.
So, can we just, since it doesn't affect us?
Yeah, it's public comment. You'd issue a negative RDA for the stone that was placed.
Any public comment on this? Anybody on Zoom? No one's on Zoom tonight.
So just do the negative RDA for the stone being replaced?
Yeah, the stone that replaced kind of the vegetation, right?
Okay.
Because that's what's within our jurisdiction. Right.
So I can just close the public meeting, can I?
Yes, because it's not new.
All right, I'm going to close this public meeting. And I'll accept a motion to approve a negative RDA with the condition that the fence be, the 12 feet along Shore Road is okay, and then 20 feet towards the lake is okay, but then fencing will stop at that point.
So moved.
And,
Oh, sorry.
and you had something else from Matt.
Oh,
It was the stone that was placed within our jurisdiction, that's okay to not have to be replaced.
Okay. Yep.
so moved.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Brendan Doyle, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, old business. Going to open the public hearing. Notice of intent for Christopher Betancourt, Orange Street, lot number 10, map 266, lot 13-10.
So, Mr. Chairman, you have 3 voting members on this, because Josiah missed 2 consecutive hearings on this matter, and Brennan's new, so you have 3 voting members.
Okay.
He missed 2 meetings on this. That's too many.
So that's, so I'm out?
Yep.
All right. Just listen.
Come get a cookie.
I'll get a cookie. Oh, pass me on.
It's not midnight, so you can have one.
Yeah, make a motion to move the cookings.
Okay.
And thanks for not doing peanut butter either.
Oh, man, these are so good.
Wow, what's wrong with peanut butter?
It's horrible. It's the worst thing in the world.
You haven't had mine, that's.
No, I haven't, Jim.
If you're allergic to it, it sure is.
I just have an extreme aversion to it.
All right. Where are we at with this one?
I think we're getting to the finish line, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So the big holdup on this, we didn't have a DEP number.
That's all.
And the DEP number was that it had to do with the stormwater stuff. Margaret looked at some of the stormwater stuff. And she had some comments that were sent to, I forget the name.
Kevin Demers.
Is he online?
Yes, Kevin DeBurnis from Decreed Engineering.
There you go. Then I recommend that Kevin take it for the moment.
Nope.
I'm busy right now.
Yep.
Kevin, you have a summary of what you've done to help get this to the finish line, given the comments that were given to you?
Yes, correct. So we had some various comments as far as ensuring the septic, the offsets from the dry wells and the septics, as well as the private wells were met. We reviewed the lot. We were slightly under 50 feet on the lot. Let's see, I'm trying to.
Okay, thank you.
Which lot are we on again?
Lot 10.
Lot 10.
Lot 10, yes. So there was we were approximately 40 feet away from the septic field, so we moved the dry well slightly north in order to meet that setback, which is shown on the plan up on the screen. We're now just over 50 feet from that dry well to the septic field. So that was one comment. The other was to ensure the underground chambers were at least 2 feet above groundwater, which we summarized based on existing grade, proposed grade, and the soil testing done on site, which we were, for lot 10 in particular, we were approximately 3.9 feet above groundwater with the bottom of the system. The other comments were the infiltration trenches along the driveways. They were shown extending to the bottom of the driveway. However, some back and forth messages with Brandon and Margaret. It's agreed that if we stop the trench approximately 10 feet from the property line and stone wall, that will give the water an opportunity to infiltrate and have there be a break in the system before the right-of-way itself. So we are open to that as a special condition, just to modify the trench to end 10 feet before the stone wall.
Okay.
This is
Other
the,
comment was regarding the Rawls rate, which there's a question if that should be 8.27 inches per hour or 2.47 inches per hour. We confirmed the soils at the depths that these bottom of systems will fall are sandy in nature, which do relate to a Rawls rate of 8.27 inches per hour. And I believe that was the last of the comments that Margaret had, and just wanted to be sure we're addressed with the stormwater plan.
Okay. If I can direct your attention, Commissioners, to the screen, which also coincides with the plan that you have. But this gray strip right here is a infiltration strip with stone that's is designed to take the water that's shed from the driveway and the water will go into it and infiltrate. And what Margaret noticed is that the trench goes all the way down to the road, and there's also, at Orange Street, there's no kind of swale or ditch along the road that handles stormwater. So if we get a big storm, God forbid, but we know it's going to happen eventually, it's not a matter of if, but when, excess water could go all the way down the trench and into the road. It's better than going straight down the driveway, but it could still happen. And, as Murphy's Law always has it, it's going to happen in February where we have, some kind of freeze and nobody wants to see that. So her solution to that was just cut it off short about 10 feet from the road, and that should prevent it from, going directly into the road. Mr. Demers didn't have the opportunity to show that on this plan, so my recommendation is going to be to have a special condition that the ditch get cut off at least 10 feet before it reaches the road. Otherwise, all of the other comments, I think that Mr. Demers has successfully and adequately addressed. He states that he feels that the Rawls rate is 8.27 as opposed to 2.41 at the invert elevation of his infiltration devices, BMPs. So he is a licensed professional engineer who has seen this. So I think there's a certain amount of trust has to be put in his expertise and license. And if it doesn't work, then we'll have to just revisit it, that's all. With that said, we have the DEP number. All issues have been addressed. The only further recommendation would be to have a special condition that the infiltration trench along the driveway be cut short a minimum of 10 feet before hitting the road. That's it. Did you have more to add, Kevin?
No, I think that covered it well, Brandon.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see that. Okay. All right, so Kevin, Chairman has made a recommendation to me that this section right here, can you see my cursor?
so that it doesn't
Correct.
just
So it slows
leave
it
the
down.
end. It can-
Get rid of that and have it come out like straight this way. Kind of, so when it does overflow, it's going to act more like a level spreader. Not that it's a perfect level spreader, but you get the idea.
Correct, and I actually had noted that in the response to Margaret was that there is a natural air low point behind the stone wall that, if that trench is cut short, there can be some overflow and storage of water in that area behind the stone wall, so it doesn't all spill out immediately onto Orange Street.
Very good. So that That would be my recommendation then for the special condition is that the infiltration trench be, I guess, rerouted as discussed. It can be put in as a special condition with the, I guess, a condition that Mr. Demers submit a revised plan showing that within 21 days. If it's simple enough for you.
Simple enough for me.
Yep.
Okay.
So I will.
Any comments from the commission? Any comments from the public regarding this plan? Anybody on Zoom have any comments?
I have one observation, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to commend the applicant for replacing the stone wall in the places and then stacking the stones at the edge of the driveway and replacing the trees in the front. I think that maintains the scenic road appeal, and I think that's very, very well received.
Yes, thank you. Well, no other comments, I will close this public hearing. And if you want to, anyone want to make a motion regarding the hearing?
Sure. I'll make a motion for Christopher Betancourt, Orange Street, Lot 10, Single Family, Map 266, Lot 13-10, DEP 143-1105, with a special condition for infiltration. Trench be rerouted and the cutoff 10 feet before it comes to the road.
And submit revised plans within 21 days.
And submit revised plans.
Showing such change.
21 days of the...
Showing the change.
Showing the change.
Yep.
It's a motion to grant the order of conditions, right?
Yep.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to issue an order of conditions and approve the project for, for this,
Lot 10 Orange Street.
Lot 10 Orange Street, thank you. DEP number 143-1105. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Thank you. Do I have that here?
Yep. I'll get it.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I'd like to open old business item number 14, public hearing continued, notice of intent for Christopher Betancourt, Orange Street, lot number 11, DP number 143-1104.
Yep, out on that one also. Also participating members for this one are Jim Foran, Mike Greco only, and Mark Mungem.
Okay, Brendan, has any changes been made to this plan?
I know that we made changes to Lot 10. I'm going to refer back to Kevin on this one. Did we make any changes on this one based on Margaret's comments?
There were no changes made to this particular lot. We met the setbacks between the dry well and the septic field, as well as private well. We did check the 2-foot separation from the bottom of dry well structure to the groundwater. And this particular lot, we had a 2.5 foot separation, which was above the 2-foot minimum. And the infiltration trench on the driveway, there's actually a geometrically speaking, there's a turn near the top of the driveway where the overflow will naturally, go along the lawn for, approximately 50 to 100 feet before hitting the woods towards the front of the lot, so that won't discharge directly to Orange Street. There's only a small portion of driveway which will overflow to Orange Street prior to at discharge from the infiltration trench. And much like the other lot, we are fine with a special condition that the trench can be ended a minimum of 10 feet from the right of way.
I think that sounds good, Mr. Chairman, is to end the trench 10 feet as a, as a
Special condition.
special condition and as a, conservative measure to protect the road from any kind of discharge, especially in the wintertime where it could get icy is really what I'm concerned about. And if Mr. Demers could submit a revised plan within 21 days showing that cutoff, so it's a cleaner plan, that'd be appreciated. Otherwise, no comments. I think it's ready for a vote.
Yep. Any comments from Mike or Jim?
No, I'm good.
Anybody else? Any comments from the public? Seeing no comments, I'll close this public hearing.
I've got one, Mr. Chairman.
What's that?
I've got one for you.
You got to be quicker, Matt.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yes,
I've
have my
already
hand up.
closed it.
I apologize. So, and this can be discussed after closing, that's fine. But this plan doesn't have the stone wall on it or any proposed plantings, and this is a question through you, Mr. Chairman, to the applicant. I don't believe trees were taken down in the front of this one, and that's why there's no plantings proposed.
Right.
Right. And, but the stone walls, I know that's not shown here, but if that could be added for the driveway opening and the stones to be rebuilt in the driveway opening, I think that'd be appreciated as well.
I'm going to bring up the plan that I have here.
Yeah, I am seeing trees on my plan.
I am not.
I am too.
I'm not
So
seeing
so
it.
this is the most recent plan, which is, I have
Okay.
this one dated 7/11/24.
Okay. This one is not dated that at all.
Right,
Okay.
so yeah, the plan.
Oh, great.
It shows the stone wall as requested. It
Okay.
shows the row of trees as requested, so that's one of the reasons why I was
Awesome.
more comfortable with this one.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. My apologies.
See, I shouldn't have let you talk.
There it is. Okay.
Can I make a motion?
Yeah.
All right, I will make a motion for Christopher Betancourt, Orange Street, Lot 11, map 266, Lot 13-11, DEP 143-1104, with a special condition for the infiltration trench cutoff to the road 10 feet prior and within 21 days for the revised plan.
Mike, you want to second that?
Second.
Thank you, Mike. All those in favor?
Jim, 4 and I.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Okay. Would you, because the applicant's at the table, would you motion to move up item 16?
Sure. Make a motion. Since we've already done the other two for him, we'll move up number 16 for 299 South East Main Street, Lot 9, single family map 266, Lot 13.9, DP 143-1108, to move that up on the agenda.
Motion's been made. Anyone on second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Jim, 4 and I.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Okay. Number 16, you said?
Yes.
Again, voting members are Mr. Mungem, Mr. Foran, and Mr. Greco only.
Okay, shall we give the floor to Mr. Demers?
Yes, please.
So Kevin, you're on.
Thank you. Yes, for this, in particular for this lot, we had also looked at the drainage comments. We moved the dry well slightly to southward plan left view, but north arrow facing up. So we moved it slightly away from the septic field that's closer to the home. So that was one drainage item. The other drainage item regarding the infiltration trench is not necessarily applicable here, as there's a high point at the right-of-way line, so there'll be a slight incline from the roadway, and then pitching back towards the home for a low point in front of the garage. As far as the other comments as they relate to Lot 9, we checked out the dry well separation and found this was 2.7 feet on this particular lot, based on the observed groundwater table and location of the system. And yeah, I believe that covers all the stormwater items in particular for this lot. I believe Tom can speak to what the particular plan changes were and how they relate to the wetland buffers. If you can, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Schutz from Goddard Consulting, here on behalf of the applicant. The commission had asked us to review the site plan design and see if we could potentially move the house a little bit further outside of buffer zone if possible, because there's a little bit of lot that can be used. Originally, the proposed limit of work was down to the 25-foot buffer zone. That was pulled back to outside of the 50-foot buffer zone. Additionally, all the grading was also pulled out to the 50-foot buffer zone as well. We also put a split rail fence in that is bordering where the cursor was currently tracking, and additionally labeled an area where trees will be selectively pruned to allow for the owners of the property to have a better view of the road, as it's quite dangerous pulling out of that lot. I was just there this morning. Those are the comments that were addressed for this site plan change. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thanks for the changes to the plan. I thought that this plan, we had requested a change to the location of the house and the grading to move it away from the wetland, so this is better in my opinion, and hopefully the neighbor is okay with this as well. I don't have any questions. Do you have anything that you see, Jim?
I don't.
Or remember? No, give me 1 minute.
Another thing, Mr. Chairman, is that on the splint rail fence, I specified to them that the commission would likely prefer to see buffer zone signs on the posts every fifth post along its length along the buffer zone, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
Every fifth.
Yeah, I thought it was a good distance. Better get them like 4 or 5 signs that they can put directly on the post. So not only is there a split rail fence there, but there's also some minimally invasive signage explaining why the split rail fence is there, and one of my recommended special conditions is going to be that the split rail fence be maintained in perpetuity, so if it falls down, rots, et cetera, that it be replaced as time goes by. And I do agree, I hate to see additional forest get cut down, but in this case, I did think that that red shaded area by the road is necessary because like I told you the last meeting, I just about got T-boned going out of there my first time and only time going to that property. So I think having that extra line of sight is going to be important for safety purposes. And it also goes no closer than 50 feet, so it's just about even with everything else on site.
So the note on the selective clearing says something about meet with the highway department to confirm necessary trees to be trimmed, removed. So
Right.
that means it's not going to be clear cut, correct?
Correct.
And only be pruned.
Wherever possible, yes.
Where
which
possible.
Is better, which is better than clear cut.
Right.
From an ecological perspective.
Absolutely. This also shows the trench along the driveway going all the way to the road right-of-way. Should that trench be stopped?
No, if Mr. Demis said a little bit earlier that the grade actually goes back up slightly to the road, so it will not even have that opportunity to do so.
Great.
Yeah.
I missed that.
I know, there's so much coming at you all at once, it's hard to take it all in.
Any other comments? Any comments from the public?
Great.
Close it?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to close this public hearing.
So I will make a motion for Christopher Bendencourt, 299 Southeast Main Street, Lot 9, Single Family Map 266, Lot 13.9, DP 143-1108. With special conditions, buffer zone and sign every fifth. The split rail fence to be maintained and replaced as needed. And with the DEP, okay to make for backing up for the safety reason for the end of the driveway for pruning and removing what is necessary.
DEP, the highway department, right?
Yeah, for the DEP Highway Department.
Got it.
DPW.
Oh.
DPW.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so it's a proven order. Yeah.
Yep.
With standard special conditions.
With standard special
And with
conditions.
standard special conditions, correct. All right, all those in, we need a second, Mike.
Pardon?
Need a second.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
You want to repeat all that?
Nope, not going to repeat it all.
Okay.
So number 15. Yep, we're good, gentlemen. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
You too.
Okay, where are we now? Back to 15?
Yes. This was with the ledge.
Back to 15. We're doing good.
Okay, item, old business number 15, I'd like to open the public hearing, reopen the public hearing for NOI DEP number 143-1103. Notice of intent for Andrew Leonard, 286 Webster Street, a commercial development. Welcome.
Good evening.
Thank you.
My phone went to bedtime mode.
It did.
So did
It's only
mine.
9:30. It's not even 9:30.
This winter, we had a hearing that went to 1:15 in the morning.
Yes.
So I'll defer to Brandon, but I think Ed is on Zoom, I think, if he's still awake. And
I'm here. Hello, folks. Good to see you all again.
if there's any questions, I think we're in good shape. We received planning board approval last Wednesday, conditional on conservation approval. I saw the letter that came earlier today, Matt, that was a result of the test holes we excavated at the request of the board, which we found ledge there. And I think you've seen that letter.
Yes.
Yeah, to give a quick review, not to step on your toes, Brandon, but it was the request of the commission to assess the soils in the vicinity of the proposed cut in slope in relation to its potential to act as a subdrain of the small B series that's 75 feet away from the proposed work. So we did some additional soil evaluations out in that area, which essentially confirmed what we expected, that there's shallow ledge in that area that we believe confines the B series wetland, and a grade cut would not result in subdraining B series wetland. We wrote soil profile data tables in a letter that we provided to Mr. Fano, who responded essentially with indicating that he agreed with our analysis.
Almost.
Thanks. Could you just state your name and address again, or who are you representing?
Sure. My name is Ed Avizenis, president of Avizenis Environmental Services. I'm a certified professional soil scientist and professional wetland scientist. We are based at 11 Pioneer Road, Charlestown, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
Ed used to work for Natural Resource Services, which is in Harrisville. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So Ed just mentioned that you had reviewed his soil report and you had comments.
And I have it up there.
Okay.
So the question was, they're doing a cut in the back that's going to go down. And we want to know, well, what's the soil conditions? And so they did 3 test holes, which are up on the board right now. So test hole A, they dug down to 24 inches before hitting refusal, AKA ledge. Test hole B, again, 24 inches. And then test hole C, which was much more shallow. You got down a total of, a half a foot?
Close, 4.5 inches.
Yeah, 4.5 inches before hitting ledge. So there's a lot of, this is a very, we call a ledge-controlled, bedrock-controlled site. So my main concern had to do with the isolated wetland that was behind it. Because I'm afraid that by cutting into the ground, you're going to be lowering the water table in that wetland, and it would bleed out into that lower area, right? That makes sense to you? But with the ledge, Ed says that, the ledge is impervious, and that the water that is in that small wetland is a result of precipitation coming from the top down and falling in there, not so much groundwater welling up and then supplying it from the ground. My answer is not so much that I agree with him as much as I want to say that I don't think that he's wrong. So, slight difference in subtlety there. So I'm not going to say that he's wrong. So my recommended condition for this site is to approve the notice of intent, and in the order of conditions, a special condition that the status of the isolated wetland behind this cut be monitored to the commission's satisfaction. And if we find that it is no longer functioning as a wetland, then some form of mitigation will have to be performed. It's kind of an unusual situation with this bedrock-controlled, site. It doesn't come up like this very often, so I think the best we can do is trust in Mr. Avazinis's expertise, and that if it doesn't work, it's all on him. And that he'll have to come up with some kind of mitigation plan after the fact to somehow make up for the lost functionality of the wetland, if it comes to that. So the question to you, Mr. Chairman, is if you agree with that recommendation of mine, and if there is monitoring to be done, what do you think the monitoring should entail?
And if I might add to that, if you don't mind, I think it is, as Brandon iterated, a precipitation supported wetland, the B series. So I think in most years, most dry summers, it would be dried up, maybe as early as June. So, we have no issue with the monitoring. I would like to caveat it that, maybe in April, April to May monitoring would be reasonable time frame.
Right, and that's the time of the year we're really concerned about anyway, with any kind of, say, vernal pool functionality that would go along with it. So I agree. So like April, May, let's say the spring, so like March 20 to May 20, which is the normal vernal pool season.
Just to clarify for the record, did you just agree, you agreed with my analysis there?
So I did.
Well, yes, but he said April, May, you prefer to do March through May.
March 20 to May 20, which is a little more precise when it comes to the spring vernal pool season.
If I may ask, how will this, if it's all ledge and it's shallow ledge, are you still going to excavate and still going to meet the grades that are shown on? So how will that be done? Will you be blasting?
Blasting. I think in that area, there's a 10 or 12-foot excavation.
Yeah, it goes from elevation 856 to 846.
There's been, I've read and seen where blasting has created issues for water quality.
Well, if you use a
perchlorites or
certain type
something.
of powder, so.
Right, perchlorite or whatever.
Yeah, so we wouldn't use that.
Okay.
And you can make that a condition.
Yeah,
right.
that's good.
Okay.
And so.
What kind of powder not to use?
Perchlorite.
Perchlorite.
I'm not sure about that, but I'm aware
I'm not positive of that, but it's, yeah.
Well, you can just make a general condition, special condition that any of the blasting material shall be, aquatic safe, or something like that.
I'll get you the technical, Matt.
Okay. So in doing that, you have to undercut and then bring back soil over the top of the, on the slope?
Yeah.
I know you won't do the floor
I think there was
because
specific
that's.
about the slope in the planning board, Matt. So generally, you would undercut it and try and put, maybe a foot of organic back there.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
And that is the intention, is to recover.
Yes.
Not leave a ledge face. Okay. At our last meeting, there were some questions between stormwater and the runoff towards the road and towards the adjacent property, which
Yes.
is DCR property.
Yes,
And
Margaret.
was the plan changed in that?
It has not. Margaret maintains the same concerns. However, this is also been vetted through Quinn Engineering and Planning Board. So there's already two Ps involved with the same design at Planning Board, so Margaret defers to the Planning Board's decision and review.
Okay.
But she maintains her opinions on it.
All right. I mean, we have control over such a small area of this, it's not.
It's true, because, my comment to Margaret was, you may be right, Margaret, but those are like several hundred feet away from any
Yes.
jurisdiction, and it's flowing the other direction.
Yes.
So we're just going to let it go.
All right. Any, board have any comments, or concerns? Questions? Anyone in the public? Any comment? No comment? Thank you. Should I close this?
Sure.
I will close this public hearing.
Want me to craft a motion for you? I kind of got one ready.
Okay,
All
go
right.
for it.
You guys are looking to motion to approve the order conditions with standard special conditions, the additional conditions within the letter from the peer review consultant dated 8/19 to be applied, and the monitoring to be at a time within March 20th to May 20th, and the blasting material be environmentally friendly material.
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded by Mike. All those in favor?
Jim Farn, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
All set.
All set.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you very much, all.
Thank you.
Good night, Ed.
Thanks. Good night, Brandon.
Number 17.
That's
Now I understand why you write so many notes.
What's that?
I never understood what you were doing over here before. No, I understand. Yeah, a little sloppy. You missed all the names on the other one. Oh, God. Okay, I'm just giving you a time.
All right. All right, number 17. Oh, jeez.
Just took 5 off the board. It's good.
I'd like to open the public hearing for notice of intent for Robert Speroni and Scott Leonard, Davis Street, a wood processing area, NOI DEP number 143-1109.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Mark Allen from Allen Engineering.
Hear you great.
Fantastic. I'm here on behalf of Rob Speroni and Scott Leonard. And just to bring the commission up to speed, we had issued a revised set of plans based on 2 reviews, one by Davie Resource Group and Patty Burns, and the second from the DEP's own letter. We issued a response letter in writing to those 2 comment letters, and you should have those in your packet as of last week. And if you'd like for the commission, I could actually go through them. They're not very long. And then Patty kindly issued a second follow-up letter this afternoon, which I can touch on as well.
Yes, please go through them. Thank you.
Sure. Is it possible to share my screen? Just kind of go through them and point out where the plan changes are going to be?
Yep. All set.
Great. Okay. Okay, you may recall, this is about a 4-acre site off of Davis Street, and both in the front of the parcel there's a BVW, and in the rear of the parcel there's a BVW highlighted in green on your screen, and a 100-foot buffer zone just clips some of the work in the back and in the front. The remaining high part of the site is sort of non-jurisdictional. bulk of the area that they're going to be doing in, cut trees, fell trees, and split them into logs and grind the stumps so that the processing is done on a flat area. And I think that's where I'll kind of start with Patty's first comment. We didn't catch it on the response letter because it was sort of in the body of the letter. It wasn't one of the enumerated 5 items, so I apologize for that. And the explanation verbally is just that, is that, they're clearing a pad. It's going to be sort of a compacted gravel pad that is going to be just sort of for the onload and offload of the various tree, and logging operations. There isn't any specific parking area. There's no specific, obviously no dumpster pad. It's not a standard, site development plan. It's just for processing of these wooden tree materials. The second item, or the first enumerated item from Patty, is in regard to adding some specifications for stormwater basins and their final cover. We have added that note, and she has acknowledged that. Her second comment just asks to sort of bulk up on our detail sheet where we have added notes for different seed mixes. And I kind of highlighted in yellow the 5 areas in which we've added those notes, erosion control seed mix with only native seeds. And we're more than happy to have that as a condition of approval. It's a very simple note to add. The item number 3 is in similar fashion, that the native grasses, that grass seeds for topsoil cover are recommended. We have sort of shown that in the various locations. I don't know if Patty, and I'm going to have to ask Patty to sort of weigh in, is that something, a different seed mix you'd like to see in a certain area? I was a little confused as to what number 3 is different than number 2.
I think number 3 was, let me read my comment.
Patty, point of order. Can you just introduce yourself for the record, please?
Let's know who you are. State your name and address, please.
In the clear cut area. So there's an area that's
Patty.
clear cut.
Patty, real quick, can you just introduce yourself for the minutes taker, please?
You just need to say your name and,
Sure, sorry, Patty Burns. I work for Davie Resource Group as a principal consultant. I'm a professional wetland scientist, a few other acronyms, but that's the one that applies here tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And we are out of Shrewsbury, 3 Industrial Road.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Patty. So I just kind of want to show, we've sort of highlighted a seed mix for the sort of the wetter areas that you recommended, and then we have a seed mix basically for all other graded areas.
I saw that. That was great. The one place that I didn't see a seed mix, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The place I didn't see a seed mix was in the clear cut area. And it was confusing to me if it was going to remain as just soil covered. And in fact.
Okay, are you talking about sort of the processing area, Patty?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's just going to be a sort of gravel earth pad.
Okay. All right. Okay, then the comment doesn't stand any longer because I wasn't sure what you were going to put down there.
Okay, fantastic. And on item number 4, Patty basically said that we covered her question that no additional fill material is going to be imported, and I did note that on the plan. And number 5 is, I believe, and I'll go to the detail sheet, you may have just kind of overshot the location that we also called out. Not only the erosion control shall be weed and seed free, but also the straw wattle itself shall be weed and seed free.
Okay.
We also had some DEP comments in their review. So most of it was regarded the drainage report. They asked for us to consider Not fair conditions. It's a typical DEP comment these days that they want to ask us to increase the curb numbers to sort of bulk up the rainfall amounts. So we've changed all of the fair round covers to poor round covers. And the results did not impact the pre and post development nor any of the infiltration rates. And I did attach a sheet showing the reductions. It's still in all of the pre and post drainage calculations. Number 7 for DEP, they asked us just to review the coverage as far as the forest. That was the one they asked for. They wanted me to verify the forest numbers, and I did. I checked every sub-catchment area, and the woods or forest is consistent with the design. And number 8, the United States of the President. Yeah, so this being a non-TSS generating facility, there is no pavement, there is no TSS generating, there won't be any sands, there won't be any salts, there won't be any catch basins to be cleaned, so it's a little bit different. And that's why I sort of curbed the narrative in the drainage report as such. It's just it's a little bit different than your standard development of a subdivision, a house, a driveway. It's just going to be a gravel area for wood. I think that was number 9. I apologize. They also asked about pre-treatment for water flowing into the 2 basins. We do show trap rock check dams prior to entering into the 2 basins. And again, we're really not calculating TSS removal for the previous answer, but we do have some pre-treatment so as to slow the velocity down and remove some sediment as it gets closer to the basins themselves. And the last item that DEP asked about were test pits, and the test pits were done. They were inadvertently left off the plan set, so those test pits have been added. They were done in the center of the 2 drainage basins, and I'll go back to it for you. Yeah, there's a test pit in each of the 2 basins as shown. So that was the 2 comment letters. We think we're in very good shape. Any questions from the commission, more than happy to answer.
All right, thank you for going through that. I had asked you about the grading of the driveway and whether the driveway was going to drain towards the basin, at least for a partial of the way down. I just want to make sure that that is happening.
Yes, so that cross slope, as I mentioned before, that cross slope, it's faint, but it's there, is pitched towards the swale as it goes up the hill.
Okay. So it probably...
We could want that, if you want to put that as a condition, that it should be staked and graded and valued, verified by the engineer, I'm more than happy to put that in.
Yes, I do want that, to be sure. Another thing that I'm just looking at that I didn't think about before, but would you be opposed to planting some conifers below the detention basin, between the road and the detention basin?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, right in that area where your cursor is.
Any suggestions? Any suggestions from the commissioner, Patty? Species?
I was thinking like a spruce or a white pine would be fine.
Okay.
Or a combination would even be better. That way it's not a mono stand. And I'm...
Maybe I'll sprinkle them every 30, 40 feet on center?
I just kind of dotted 7 trees in there.
Okay.
That's about on a 20-foot spacing.
Yeah. Yeah, we can add that.
Awesome.
I think it would be worthwhile, if you wouldn't mind, just checking to make sure that there's space for it. Because it seemed, my memory is it's pretty forested in there. already.
Yes, as you go to the west, it is forested, you're correct. But there's that area that's just to the side of the driveway that is open to look up into the, processing area. So I was thinking that, you know, it might screen it a little bit. It's down low, so it doesn't, you know, they're going to have to grow before they do much screening, but they'll help.
I agree, and I definitely agree with the pine. White pine seems to be one of the few things that's not getting attacked by,
Right.
it's surviving well.
Yes.
And climate change resilient.
All,
And this is a good choice,
all the native trees are having a rough time.
aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay. Those were my comments. Anyone else on the board have any thoughts or comments?
I have a comment. So, through the chair to Mr. Allen, there's also a pending special permit application, and special permit triggers site plan review as well. So, are you anticipating any changes to that plan that might impact this order of conditions?
Absolutely not, Matt, and thank you for reminding us. John in our office has just about finished all that paperwork. The plan set themselves will not change at all. So I don't anticipate any decisions that come from the planning board to impact this order of conditions.
Okay, because once this order is finalized like that, it has to follow that approved plan, and any amendments would trigger an amendment from this commission. Just want that to be clear.
Yep.
Okay.
Any comments from the public? Seeing no other comments, we okay to close?
I'm okay to close.
You okay to close? All right. I will close the public hearing for Robert Speroni and Scott Leonard, Davis Street, NOID, P number 143-1109. Are you okay to do a,
That was a lot.
huh? It was, the only conditions are standard conditions.
Yep.
Pitch the driveway towards the basin and add 7 pine trees.
Okay.
And any missing items that are identified in the peer reviews letter that needed to be added to the plan that Mr. Allen committed to.
That's right.
So that's the motion.
Yep.
Want to so move it.
All right. All right, I will make a motion for the wood processing area on Davis Street, map 191, lot 6, 7, and 33, DEP 143-1109. With standard conditions, also a pitched driveway towards basin, and 7 pine trees to be planted, and any information from the peer review.
To be added to the plans.
To be added to the plans.
And a full set of plans provided to our office.
And a full set of plans provided to our office.
Okay. Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mike. All those in favor?
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Honcham, aye.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Good.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Updates. Wow, we're cruising today.
Potter Road is,
Yeah. I have an update. Potter Road.
11 and 17 Potter Road.
Yeah, 1117 Potter Road. Okay.
Thanks for your patience.
As long as we're not here until 1 AM.
Yeah, doing pretty good, actually, for how busy the agenda was. Okay, so this was an order of conditions, came in with Glenn Kravosky last year. And there was clearing of vegetation and the creation of a retaining wall next to the Mumford River in the 200-foot riverfront area, which was not allowed. So they received an enforcement order, and they submitted a notice of intent to correct it. The thing about this one is that the subject property is a farm. So that means that the riverfront area is only 100 feet wide, because for new agriculture, you only have to stay 100 feet away from the river, not 200 feet away from the river. So I'm going to bring you through a little picture history that went out in the middle of July. In this picture, you can see that they have the Mass DEP file number up here, clearly seen from the road. This lawn right here is part of their approved lawn associated with the house, but you can see there's a row of boulders here that act as their limit of work. They had this area cleared. There was a shed back here, all taken out. The retaining wall was removed, and I'll go through some pictures here to show you how they did. Looking down Potter Road towards the crossing, the bridge that goes over the Mumford River here. And what I'm doing now is I'm walking down the road towards the river, and on the right-hand side, you can see they put up this nice roll of boulders. This is going to keep any future encroachment out, which is exactly what was asked of them. And on the left side of this boulder wall, you can see all the vegetation growing, a lot of herbaceous vegetation, and there are trees and shrubs that were supposed to be planted, and I was in there, and I did find them, but they're being shaded out by the grass. And the thing about that is that the grass can grow pretty darn high, pretty darn fast. Yeah. So what you got to do is you got to go in there with a weed whacker and just do a little circle around the trees, because they can get shaded out and actually die because the grass gets too thick. So don't be afraid to go in there with a weed whacker and just give it a little bit of space so it can get sun, so it can continue to grow.
Okay.
So Jessica Bankston, 1117 Potter Road, Douglas.
You learned.
I did. And this is my husband.
Justin Bankston, 11 and 17 Potter Road.
We have.
So we weren't sure if we were able to go within that area and do any weed whacking, and that was one question we did have for
Well,
tonight.
not the whole thing,
No,
right?
just around the trees, so they're not
Yeah, so it's short-term loss, long-term gain.
Okay.
Yep.
Just get like a 12-inch circle around the saplings that you planted, just so they can finally get higher than the grasses. And once that happens, it'll take off on its own.
Okay.
But this is a good picture right here up on the screen showing the area of restoration. So it's growing up very well. On the left-hand side, you can't quite see it, but there was a boulder retaining wall. And what did you do? You take those boulders and from down by the river and turn them into this retaining wall, right?
Exactly.
I mean, the blocking wall, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's great. I think you can tell by my voice how pleased I am with how this project ended up. So right in here, there was a retaining wall. It's all gone. They feathered back the slope, planted it, all looking very good. So what I want to say, Mr. Chairman, is that the restoration work is going very well. They have a reporting requirement come this October, which I'm sure Glenn Kravosky would be happy to do for you. And then we have one more to do in October of next year in '25, at which point I think that we can pull in fact, that silt fence that's there, Actually, right now, it's no longer even necessary because it's so well vegetated. So
Right, that should come out.
Yeah, take that out sooner than later.
So the only thing we were going to say is because of all the runoff coming down from Potter Road during the rainstorms,
Yeah.
it doesn't seem to be making its way all the way down there, but should we leave it until the town can do a more permanent fix to the road?
If you feel that's the case. In fact, I knew this was going to come up. This is the area down on the left-hand
That's
side, and we've been talking about this for like a year.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so here's the situation, Conservation Commission. Potter Road is a gravel road, and it's subject to, every time there's a big storm, there's some kind of gully that happens, and the town is constantly going back in there and regrading and adding more dirt because it loses dirt. The problem is, where does that dirt go? It goes down next to the bridge, and you own both sides of the road right there.
Correct.
And if you're going down the road towards the bridge, on the left-hand side is where a lot of this dirt ends up. So it's created like a little peninsula in here, where the dirt keeps on getting deposited within 100 feet of the bank of the river, and even extends into the river, I think, if you have enough of a rainstorm. And what's being asked for here is that if the town, who is responsible ultimately for the deposition of the sediment here, because Potter Road just keeps on having troubles, if they could come in here and take out the excess sediment in this area, am I right?
Correct.
Right. So it's something that I have to work with Adam Furno on. It's been on the list, just not high on the list.
You guys are busy.
We're
You can tell.
busy. Yes. But it's something that you're looking to have done.
It's more or less something for the road to prevent the materials that they're using for our road running off into the river.
Right.
And if necessity to remove the materials that are going into the pond side as well, even better, because that is all from the road.
Yeah.
Right.
Over the course of probably 50 years, but
Right, but it's still happening, and
Yep.
and it's still in violation. If it was anywhere else in the sediment was going down into the river like that, it'd be an enforcement order. So I think that the best way to handle this is to try to work collaboratively, cooperatively with the Highway Department to come up with a solution. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
totally understand.
But I haven't forgot it. It's actually on my board in my office. It just remains there. And every Monday when we go over all the projects, Samantha's like, that's still up there?
So is it okay to leave the silt fence in until,
If you think, if you're more comfortable, I don't have a problem with it if you do.
I don't have a problem with it this time of year. I would like it removed before turtles start to move in the fall, in the spring,
Can you do that?
Yeah.
All right.
because I really like the turtle nesting
Yep.
areas that were created on the bank, and, don't want to block them from getting there. I don't think the angle the silt fence does that. It looks like it's perpendicular to it, or parallel to it, but
Parallel to it, yep.
still.
Yeah,
So
we can do
here
that.
I am walking through the restoration area. I was pointing out, you can't see them all, but like here's a little white pine,
Yeah.
and there's more of them in here. You just can't see them because they're obscured by the grass.
Yeah. We had asked Glenn if we could clear anything, and in Glenn's rambling, his answer got lost, so.
No comment.
He never really answered our question if we could weed whack.
No comment. So you can weed whack just like a 12-inch circle around each one, not the whole thing.
Yep.
just around the trees?
Just around the tree, enough to give it enough light so it can grow up.
Okay, thank
Perfect.
you.
Okay.
But,
So-
good job.
Thank you. It was a lot of work. It was fun.
Looks nice.
Oh, I almost forgot. Turtle nesting areas. This is I'm going to call this the Glenn Kravosky Memorial Turtle Nesting
What I
Area.
just mentioned.
Yeah.
Should we make a sign for him?
Yeah, but, I mean, there's a couple of them right here. So basically, the turtles are going to have an opportunity, because every spring they come up out of the river, and they're looking for places to, nice sandy, gravelly place to lay their eggs. And one of Glenn's brainchilds here is we create a couple of piles of sand, so that any turtle coming up will see it and then go, oh, what a great place to lay an egg. And hopefully they will.
Yeah, hopefully.
See, this is what we do. Brennan's looking at me like, you people are crazy. Yeah, so, just some pictures of the different,
So what do we do at this point to close this out?
there's nothing to close out. I think this is
There's
just
nothing to
an
close out.
update.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any further steps moving forward from this point on that we have to be aware of?
Yes, the two steps. An end of growing season report in October by Glenn, and then again in October of 2025, a second growing season report to show that the restoration area is functioning as it was permitted, at which point the Conservation Commission can issue a complete certificate of compliance, and then you can get this taken off your deed and wipe from your record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do they get a partial, or do they apply for a partial at this point, or no?
I don't see what value's out of it. Are you going to be moving out of the house and selling it anytime soon? Because that's usually when people need a partial, is to clear, uncloud your deed for a sale. Not that I want to get into your business, but that if you need a partial because you're thinking about moving out of the area, then tell us now.
There's an application for that, so.
Yeah, there's an application for that if you need to, if you want to do it.
Okay.
So just keep it in mind.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Thank you for being responsive, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, have a good night, guys.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks for the update.
Birch Street.
All right, next up is Birch Street. Do we have an update on Birch Street?
We do not have an update from Birch Street. I have reached out to the owner for the property for several meetings now with no response. I suggest that this commission give him one final opportunity to appear at the September 9th meeting, and if he does not, then we start issuing fines to get him to respond.
Works for me.
Definitely works for me.
Okay.
So you will send him a letter?
Yes.
Okay. Does,
Lake Shore Drive?
Is that how it
well,
normally works?
I actually don't just say must appear. He must appear with his plan, because we've given him
That was
enough
a
time to do
requirement.
that, and that was a requirement.
Come in within so many days with a plan, and I think it was just an RDA application, right?
Right.
So, yeah, when someone is behaving badly, so to speak, and they're in violation of the Wetlands Protection Act and the local bylaw, you issue something called an enforcement order, which compels them to, A, cease and desist any further activity, and they have two choices: either restore the area back to its previous condition as much as possible, or if the commission thinks that something that, could have been permitted if they had only come in, kind of like the first folks that were in, they kind of put the cart before the horse, then you need to submit either an RDA or a notice of intent. In this case, the commission thought they just put the cart before the horse, and you need to come in with an RDA application, and you have so many days in which to do that, because if you don't give somebody a deadline, then it'll never get done. But if then they don't meet that deadline, what tools does the commission have before them to help incentivize that person to do that? And one very strong tool in the toolbox the commission has is the ability to fine people. Over this winter, the commission issued, I want to say, $130,000 of fines that were collected. So, yeah. So the commission is not afraid to do so, and we know how to do it effectively to get people's attention. Because some people, the only language they understand is pain in their pocketbook.
What happens with the funds?
The funds go into the general fund. They do not go back to the Conservation Commission because that would be considered self-dealing, right? You can't issue fines because, like that, because then there's the whole thing about, well, you're just issuing fines so you can get money for yourself. And so that money goes into the general fund, which is controlled by the Select Board, not the Conservation Commission.
Lake Shore Drive.
How does it feel to have job security?
I know.
Too much?
I got too much job security. Thank you for coming in tonight.
Thanks for having us.
Sure. For the record, Robert Moran, 56 Lakeshore Drive.
Chairman, my name is Scott Rolfe. I'm Engineering Operations Manager for OHI Engineering. Our office is at 44 Wood Avenue in Mansfield.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I brought some extra, you got a, yeah, I got some plans too if you want.
Okay, I got it. I'm sorry.
You got big ones?
Only one?
Sugar high, huh?
Or two? Yeah.
I just had 3. I want more, but I would hate to see them go to waste. I'll take one.
Can I take one? Hate to see them go to waste. Maybe we got two.
Oh, I got one. All right.
You got the
Was it in the email?
I don't even need my glasses for this one.
Yeah, I'm not going to charge you this.
Okay, I'll open it if you don't.
Thank you.
It's easy to see.
Is this one different than yours?
No, it's the same. It's the same. Yeah.
A little different.
Sorry.
Yeah,
It's the same but different.
yeah.
Okay.
So, on June 17th, you folks issued an enforcement order to Bob Moran for removing rocks and boulders out of the pond. And you asked him to respond this evening with a restoration plan. Have any of you been to the site since that work was done?
No.
Actually, last Tuesday, I emailed Matthew. I had the whole day, pretty much, you know, and you didn't respond back, but.
Right, we couldn't get enough members down.
I know, it's just me.
No.
So I went up anyways. And that area, I couldn't believe how much development's been done up there. And the pitch, from your house, I got a four-wheel, I don't know if you saw that old Ram truck. Like, I almost got stuck. It goes down pretty hard, but it was raining also, you know, it was a bad day.
Did you go to the top of the slope and look down towards the lake?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a nice area, but boy, it's tough. That's a tough road.
Yeah.
There isn't a bend in the shoreline like the picture shows. It just happens to be a left and right, just
Yeah.
kind of stuck together.
But I did look at it, though.
Yeah. There were rocks and boulders taken out of the pond, and a series of them were placed to the, as you look at the dock, to the right, and the slope. There were some placed over to the left of the birch tree there, and there were some, this pile, I put the arrow on here, it's actually up on the, if you're going down into their site where the hill drops down and turns to the left,
It's on the right-hand side, about halfway down. So the question of restoration of the embankment and the pond, well, first of all, we didn't know that this work was being done at the time it was done. Mr. Moran was under an obligation to notify you folks under the original enforcement order to notify you prior to the work being done. I think had that happened, this probably wouldn't have happened, but it did. And having been out there and seeing the site, the placement of these boulders here, they happen to retain approximately, I'll say 12 to 18 inches worth of material on the upside. As the silt, matter of fact, on October 2nd last year, you folks asked him to go into the pond and take the silt out based on our original plan. And that was the sole purpose of the machine being there. It was done during a drawdown. Mr. Moran explained to me that, I think it was April 15th is a date when the pond is anticipated to come back up.
I think that's the target, to be at full water.
And there was a significant rain event scheduled for shortly after he did this, and that was on March 6th.
Yeah.
So that's what kind of, I guess, put a burr under his saddle to...
Yeah, and I would add that I was under order to complete some removal of the sediment before the water came up. So this was in the spring leading up to the rising of the water before a significant rain event. So that's what March 6th was.
So Mr. Moran had given direction to Windle Landscaping to remove the silt from the pond, and Mr. Moran was not there. He was not present at the time when that work was done. I can't attest to anyone being overzealous or misdirected or whatever, but in order to remove the silt, rocks had to come out with it. You can't really take out one without the other if the silt's in and amongst the stones in the pond. So rocks were taken out. Had Mr. Moran checked with the commission first, I'm sure someone would have said, well, if you do take rocks out with the silt, you put the rocks back. Take the silt, separate it on shore, put the rocks back in the pond. But that wasn't the case. So in regard to putting rocks back in the pond, there is that stockpile that we have up the path there. And as I show on the top of our plan, I just show a spattering of rocks within the pond itself. And we have a notation there stating that these rocks should be placed back in the pond based on your enforcement order. But they should be done with a representative of the commission telling them where to put them and how close together, how far apart, whatever. It's not for up to Mr. Moran to decide how you would prefer to have those placed. As far as the embankment goes, if we were to anticipate dealing with the silt coming out of the pond and being redistributed into the site, which it was, we'd probably want to propose something very much like this. It's very natural looking. It was very well done. The rocks were very well placed. In our opinion, to take take those boulders out and put them back in the pond would essentially create another situation where you have an unstable bank. Then you'd have to go through another season of drawdown, and I think we'd want to put something back very similar to this to hold that bank because of the grade that the height of the grade that it holds back. Otherwise, that material would all have to be dug back, feathered back into the site. But it's fairly stable right now, and I don't think we want to recommend that be changed. Just like I said, just for the sake of another disturbance. It's not ideal, perhaps, but it does make sense. This agenda for this evening, there's only this enforcement order, the second enforcement order that, mentioned in that agenda. Is there a discussion for the first enforcement order as well? And
I think we want to talk about both, sure, yeah. I mean,
Well, our other
Same
concern-
area and same property, so.
Our other concern, that we mentioned in our letter, was that any work that's done on this site to stabilize anything, we're concerned that until the first enforcement order is taken care of, there's no guarantee that whatever is done here isn't going to wash out again or fail again. And it would seem kind of foolish to put more money in. Mr. Moran has spent a significant amount of money with us. Matter of fact, when I told him the number this morning, he was a little surprised. But he spent a lot of money, and it seems a shame to try to bring this to a conclusion as far as his site goes, when the original order of enforcement order, still lingers.
Sure.
That's just common sense, that's not.
Brandon, have you had a chance to review this restoration plan, and do you have any comments on it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just received this right now, the letter and the plan. Plan's dated 8, is that 15 or 16?
16.
I think 16/24, but it's stamped as received by the town clerk today. And the letter from OHI Engineering is also dated today and received today, so this is the first time I see it.
Yep.
Yep. You know, I'm already familiar with a lot of this, as it is, so it's not like I'm completely oblivious to it. A question I had on the turf stone pavers, wasn't there a set of steps proposed on the side now that I don't see in this plan?
Yeah, they should be, and we'll get them added in.
Yeah.
There's a little
We were unaware that Mr. Moran had come back to the commission with the steps on the side.
Yeah,
So
we'll
that
get
we
to
did
it,
not.
but I agree that the, the finalization of whatever needs to be done on Lakeshore Drive itself, from about Mr. Moran's driveway down to the point where this property starts, any work in that area needs to be finalized before any of this work is proposed. Well, maybe not the stuff with the boulders down at Manchog Pond, but for example, like the turf stone pavers, probably not a good idea to put them in until you can be assured that, the erosion is going to continue down that way. So we talked about this, though. We were all in agreement that, yeah, we should probably take care of the issues on Lakeshore Drive and before getting to this, because, what happens on Lakeshore Drive is going to impact the flow of water on this property. Okay. So now to the issue associated with the boulders. They were taken out of the pond, which is also a great pond of the Commonwealth, so it's technically considered public property below the mean high water mark. So let me get this straight. You want the boulders that were moved from the land underwater, that were put on the bank, you would really like to keep them there, and then take other boulders from elsewhere and put them back into the lake.
Yes, that's exactly right. These boulders here were taken out of the pond as well, and they reside, I'll say approximately halfway between the bank and Lakeshore Drive.
Okay, so do we have a 1-to-1 ratio of boulders that were taken out that are then going back in?
Well, you would not if you leave boulders in the embankment. If you put all the rocks back. There were some rocks in the embankment. I can't tell you exactly. I don't think there were that many, but there were some. But this is stable here. Those boulders could be thinned so that just a row was left up against the embankment. Some of those could go back, but these here, they just sit there. They were removed from the pond, and they could just be redistributed back, again, at your direction.
Okay, so I guess
I don't know.
that's a
Wouldn't they
discussion
disturb,
point.
excuse me, wouldn't they disturb some of the water? You put those giant boulders back?
You would.
We have to do it when the pond is drawn down again, so it would be a spring project probably.
When,
Or winter time.
when is the pond drawn down? I didn't know that.
It gets, yeah, so Manchog Pond is drawn down every year, starting after Columbus Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then
know that.
sometime in what, about March, to start building it back up again, because it takes a couple of months for the water to come all the way back up and like a
Really?
normal
Wasn't
year.
aware of that.
Yeah, the whole idea is that it helps to control the invasive plants along the, what we call the littoral area, which is the shallow area. So when it gets exposed to the cold weather and the ground freezes, so doesn't all the invasive, aquatic plants like the milfoil, they die. So when it's drawn back up, the nearshore areas, which is the area that most people are using, are fairly free of weeds. That's a big reason why they do that.
They draw it down to zero or just?
No, not down to zero, but like the shallow areas will be exposed.
Probably about a 4-foot change.
4 foot?
In the level of the lake, 3 or 4 feet.
How many, how much?
Is that right?
How much off the shore, how far does it go?
At that point, probably 18 to 25 feet, depending on the,
Oh, no.
Which I'm going to guess is
Okay.
the area where the boulders were taken out, like
Yeah.
18, 25
Yeah.
feet, like 25
not
feet.
underwater. Nothing underwater was taken, although I understand it's considered land underwater in that area, but it was dry when the machine was there.
Right. So the idea is to put it back when, the boulders back when the water is again drawn down, and you can get a machine out there to place the boulders back where they came from. So, the first thing that I thought was, and a big part of the complication with this is not only is it a pond, but it's a great pond, which changes the rubric, because this work technically required something called a Chapter 91 license from the Department of Environmental Protection, because that land below the bank is considered public domain. So you need to get a special assent from the state to be able to work in basically public land. So when I question, are you going to be replacing the boulders back 1-to-1? And the answer is no. I really wonder what the state is going to say about that.
Well, let's go back to what you said first. The work in the pond requires a Chapter 91 license. You folks asked Mr. Moran to remove the silt, and you on October 2nd, you told him to go in there and take the silt out. You approved the plan to do that. There was no mention of a Chapter 91 filing or any concerns, further than that.
True, but, I mean, for an area that was very close to shore, that could have been easily cleaned up, is the commission going to really require a Chapter 91 license that could be done like in an hour or two? I mean,
Well, now you're saying it's okay to do it if it's not that big a deal, but because he did it, it is a big deal.
well, the commission can require it still. So
I don't know, I mean,
can go that route.
I think he's got to keep those there. I went up there and it's straight downhill, and that's gonna hold a lot of silt right there. It's gonna impact the pond if you move those. Really, in some way, some stuff is gonna come in, And another thing, I can't believe how much building is going on in that street.
No, we can't either.
I was like, where's the house? Like, is it that one? That one? I kept going, and, you're at the very end, but there's a lot of building there that's like.
There have been about 8 acres that have been essentially clear-cut and stumped and.
I was going to say that.
Completely.
There's a lot that's totally clear-cut up there.
Yeah.
Just every tree.
Mr. Chairman, at your June meeting, I think it was the first June meeting, you had authorized Mr. Fana to notify the state as far as the Chapter 91 violation. Did you do that?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, Mr. Benoit did.
I did on Tuesday,
Okay, can we get a
June 18th.
copy of that?
I did not get a response from them. I'm looking at it right now. I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you. Because that's the other thing is, no matter what we decide here tonight, if the state gets involved, it could be something completely different.
Right.
They could, and I know that the state takes this kind of work in, orders of the state very, very seriously, which is why I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves.
So fortunately, we have time to the next drawdown anyway to resolve some things, but I think that both enforcement orders need to be looked at, simultaneously.
I mean, I'm trying to be negative, because I think that the general concept here is good. You're going to be replacing some boulders. The question is that enough to satisfy both the commission and DEP? I can't speak for DEP, but I would think that the 1-to-1 ratio of replacement, even if you keep the boulders on the bank, which I don't necessarily have anything against as your reviewer, it's just a matter of the work and the land underwater and the waters of the state. Is that enough to satisfy both the commission and DEP?
The other problem is we don't have an exact count of how many boulders were taken out. There's no way to quantify it except for counting what's on the land.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I am the property owner. I am responsible for what happened on my property. I'm here, I'm owning that. And I want this commission to know that my interest is the interest of the lake. I bought a property on the lake with the intent to use it and share it with my family and friends. My wife has not been to the lake in 1 year because she cannot get down the slope that has been destroyed based on the stormwater and runoff that has come down across this. Now, this has been before the commission for over a year, and the original enforcement order required engineered plans for restoration. And at this point, I am the only one who has paid anything to have an engineer create a plan. And I can't and won't engineer a plan to fix a problem that's uphill, upstream, on property that I don't own, or on property that I didn't modify. So, again, I want the commission to understand my interest is the lake. That's why I bought here, and I will do my part, but my part is not all of this.
Sure. I understand that.
Thank you.
May I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
Is that runoff from across the street from you, that house where they clear cut?
You want me to go
Yeah, just
talk about how the whole thing started?
Just an opinion.
It's probably too long to start at 10:30 talking about this whole issue, because
it's definitely,
there is probably some contribution from that clearing, but it's the road itself where most of the water comes from that's impacting.
Yeah, it was coming down the road, and
It's not as much, in my opinion, the lots that were clear.
Sure. Why don't you take this? What I did was I went through all your posted minutes from your meetings, going back to July 17th, 2023. They're only online till January 8th, I think, this year.
Yes, because we haven't approved them.
So what I did was I have copies of all of the minutes, and what I did was I took excerpts out of each one for this particular project. You can have that if you like. And
okay.
And what it shows is
I'm a new member of the commission. I came on board in April.
I don't know why. I've been doing this for 52 years, and I go to a lot of these things. I don't know why anybody wants to be on a commission.
Well, you know, my first couple of months were, more than 4-hour meetings.
Yeah.
So I'm limiting myself to 4 hours.
Could I speak?
And no more than that, because this job is not a paid position.
No.
It's true.
Like,
Take a lot of abuse for no money.
like
Yes, you may speak.
So, thank you.
Could I speak?
Yes, you may speak.
My name is Janice Cahill. I live on 771 Northwest Main. As far as Lakeshore Drive goes, from Mr. Moran's first driveway down to where he uses the lake has all been corrected. The last 20 feet of that had not been, it still had water because it comes off of his property. His house sits on a hill. We've discussed this a million times. Those lots weren't cleared when all this happened. So it's got nothing to do with the lots that are all cleared now. This happened before any of those lots were cleared. As far as the roughness going down to the water for him, when Mr. Moran bought that, it was grass. And we've all been through this enough.
Not exactly.
The wetland scientist said for him to put rocks down to drive his ATV over, which he did not do. He turned up all the grass, he ripped it all up, so when the rainwaters come and they come falling down his house because it's on a hill, that's why that got washed out. And as far as the rocks in the water, there was not that much silt in there. And to take silt out, you do not need to remove the boulders that man removed. And there was also a truckload of them that went out of that road. So there were a lot more boulders than what you see in those pictures.
No one's saying that there weren't more rocks. We're not disagreeing about that. There's just no way of knowing how many. That's all we were saying.
Right, I understand that, but it's not just the rocks that you see. There were rocks taken out in a dump truck as well. So there were a lot of rocks removed out of the water. And if he is so inclined because he wants to take care of the lake, he should have known, because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that you do not put an excavator into a pond where an oil leak could, hydraulic fuel, anything could have gone into the lake from that thing. I've been on that lake for 61 years, and I've never seen anybody do anything like that, because everybody knows you don't do that, and Mr. Moran was well aware of it.
Thank you for your comments, and I know you have expressed your concerns before, and they are being taken, so we are listening to you.
Thank you.
Yep. So where do we go from here? I think we can look at this a little bit more closely in regards to the rocks along the water's edge. We have some time to do that because the work wouldn't occur until likely in the spring to put the rocks back in there.
Really over the winter.
Could happen over the winter. That's true, that's true.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question, just for clarification? Why do we want to put the rocks back? At this point, a new ecosystem's been established in the area, right? Well, why do we want to disturb what's already been established over the last,
That's my
this
point,
entire
Matthew.
summer season, right? We'll just disturb what's there now. So why put them back? That's just my general question.
I mean, you need some more rocks.
Well, the question is it's not just up to the commission. DEP is a party to this because of waters of the Commonwealth, right? So eventually DEP is going to chime in, and I think that DEP's answer is going to be, you need to restore it back to what it was before.
I reached out to DEP 2 months ago. They have not responded. June 18th, and they haven't given us one response.
You know what? I'm not surprised. Maybe we give them one more shot, and if not, then the commission takes it into their own hands, and you decide how you want to do it.
I agree.
Brandon, I've had similar experience to something like this before. DEP tends to want to leave this with the local commission, I think, more than anything.
Well, I've had my own experiences, too, that have been kind of ugly, so.
So I guess I would, Mr. Chair, if I could ask a question.
Yes.
Is it possible to repurpose the rocks that are there on site in a way that helps protect the lake? I mean, not necessarily into the bank or into the water, but is it possible to construct something that would help keep sediment out of the lake? And I don't know the answer to that, and that's something that the engineer can look at, but, I mean, the material is there. And again, my interest is the lake, and I'm owning what happened there, and I want to fix it.
Yeah, I mean, I think My interest would be the restoration, which Brandon has mentioned, and which the neighbor is hoping for. And so for me, it's putting the rocks from this pile that you indicated could go back into the pond. That would be my first priority, would be to do that. And I'm not so sure that leaving the rocks on the edge that were there, at least some of them, is probably in the best interest of protecting the water, because removing them leaves an exposed bank that's going to be subject to erosion. So the rocks are kind of, as you said, Josiah, protecting that bank a little bit. So you had mentioned that there's more rocks there than probably need to be to protect the bank, so some of those pile over there on your, to the left,
Area, sure there is.
could take some of them.
You can see it.
And that's where I feel we should be heading. So I'm in agreement with that.
And keep in mind that those rocks underwater provide habitat for fisheries. So it's like the difference between like a forested landscape versus mowed lawn, because now it's just basically sand and muck on the bottom that's very open. When you have the rocks there, they provide structure for the aquatic life to, live in and around.
You had mentioned crayfish in the June meeting, with crayfish habitat. Would those rocks be better placed together to provide that? Because an individual rock here and a rock over here and a rock over here doesn't necessarily provide the protection that like.
It wasn't just a couple rocks. It was a lot of
You can't
rocks.
just do that.
Well, can we mute her?
Yeah, you can't just do that. That's,
Right, so I think the clustering the rocks together.
Whether it be
would
fry or,
Yeah, would be good habitat, like for fry, for the small fish that are spawning, to give them some kind of escape cover to hide in, because otherwise it's just open, they have nowhere to hide. It also provides a certain amount of shade. The trees do a better job at that, but, it provides what we call escape cover and a place for the small fish, anyway, to congregate and find shelter. So there is value in having the stones there. It's inconvenient for boating, but that's not necessarily the commission's first concern. It's more to do with the fisheries here.
Fry tend to hug the shore in their life cycle. I don't know that because I've been fishing all my life. And
True. So my recommendation is to give DEP one more shot, and then, by the next meeting they come in and they do not take any action, then the commission should take the action they deem is necessary to protect the resource.
Should we request any kind of planting along the shoreline bank for a portion of this area?
Well, that's an option to having boulders. The question is how open was this before? Was it open lawn all the way down to the water in this stretch right here, Mr. Moran, to begin with?
Generally, yes.
Generally, yes, okay. So,
And there were rocks mixed in.
Yeah.
there was still work that we had proposed with the original plan to loam and seed the area so that it would become more stable than it is now. But again, you have to have the confidence in knowing that the erosion, source of the erosion is gone away, so.
Right. Okay. So we need a meeting to look at this, because we did just get this today, and we haven't had much of a chance to take a look at it, so.
So my recommendation is to have them come back, I don't know, sometime in September, and if we haven't heard from DEP by then the commission, you take the actions you think is necessary to protect the resource and resolve the enforcement order.
I would ask you all folks to look back at your minutes going back to when this first started. Look at the minutes and what the minutes say, because they're the the record of the decisions that were made, the comments that came out, and it's important. I think it's important in finalizing the first enforcement order to refresh your memory with that, because it's been a while. But I think if you read them, I think you'll be surprised.
Goes back over a year and a half.
Oh, yeah, this started slightly before my time. And by the way, I think this is my one-year anniversary of showing up here.
That's why there's cookies tonight.
You were asked to put the first enforcement order together.
I was, yeah. Yeah, Steve Zisk, I think this is...
Steve Zisk?
I think that this was the straw that broke Steve Zisk's back towards him making a decision to retire.
No, I'm fine. Jack Goes, 55 Lakeshore Drive.
Hi, Jack.
I'd like to make comment on the first enforcement order.
Okay.
That's been going on. I was originally involved in that, named in that, because when I landscaped 55 Lakeshore Drive, this engineering firm indicated that I had raised the elevation of my lawn by 8 inches, therefore trapping the water, channeling it down the road, not letting it go naturally down through my property. Since then, a variety of people at this table have witnessed I put a lot of money into the road. I've put in a lot of culverts. I purchased 34 Lakeshore Drive, the lot. I put in 2 big retention ponds. Right now, when it rains, all of the water up until the Moran driveway, I take custody of it through my property and then naturally back down through.
I saw those.
A lot of people have witnessed it during the rain. So at this last meeting, there was a consensus taken when I requested to be removed from the order. And it went around the table, and everyone, including Mr. Moran, agreed that I had done my part. Unfortunately, you folks didn't vote on it. So I'm asking again tonight, if you look at my involvement in this, just because I had an 8-inch rise in my lawn, that I have spent thousands and thousands of dollars on that road. And I'd like you folks to maybe take a vote and let me go on about my business.
Mr. Chairman, it's the berm that took the original flow down from Lakeshore Drive around the corner that caused all the damage on Mr. Moran's property that he's never been compensated for, which is mentioned in your minutes, that he's not the responsible party for that act happening. Read your minutes. It was the excessive flow coming down the road from land clearing up above. It was the berm, and I'm happy to show you this picture, that before that road had a berm on it. This is looking toward Mr. Goodis's property. There is no berm on this side of the road. You can see it in both pictures. It didn't exist. But once it did exist, before there were any cuts in it or culverts in it, the water, going back to this plan here, and I had topography of the roadway from 2021 showing all that water sheet ran off the left side of that road going down. I'm sorry to bring it up, but it came up again. So since the berm was put in, this red line is the high point, the top of the berm from here, I'm sorry. Yes, top of the berm. The blue line is the water flow, and that water flow comes, it cannot, none of this water can sheet off as it did originally here. So it all ran down around the corner, and it all ran across both Mr. Goodis's property and Mr. Moran's property, and it caused the erosion. And I have other pictures showing Mr. Moran standing in a gully, knee-deep in the ruts, going down into his property from that runoff. So if you look at your minutes, and you look at who the blame was put on in those minutes, it was, the enforcement order was issued to Mr. Goodison, Mr. Cahill, Mr. Moran, and the homeowners association. Those 4 parties are the what you refer to as the responsible parties. You know you wrote it. So,
I got to remember it.
So this is a private
Look
road?
at the minutes, please,
Yeah.
because that should be your guidance in determining who should come off the enforcement order, if anybody. If anyone should come off the enforcement order, it should be Mr. Moran. And the homeowners association, who just happens to be guilty by happenstance. But there was no berm, and it's the berm that caused the problem. It redirected the water from spreading out over a large area, being that whole left side of that roadway for hundreds of feet, and then it was concentrated, and when you concentrate water in that amount, it causes a tremendous erosive effect, and that's what ruined Mr. Moran's waterfront lot.
Mr. Goodison, you've put in some erosion, some drainage in that section of the roadway now, correct?
There's about 9 culverts that capture the water on the left-hand side.
Can you flip that map back over? Can you show where the last culvert is, where?
Culverts don't show on this page.
I know, but the person that put them in is here, and he can show me.
They start right about in here,
Yep,
and they're about every 15, 20 feet.
okay.
Run all the way up to about 20 feet from the entrance of my driveway.
Right.
And they run under the ground. They open up here to like crushed rock, and they go under my driveway, they break out on the embankment. And there's like several as they go down through. This
Right,
is
so that's the last one right there.
This is the biggest one
Before the
here.
turn.
Just before the turn is the last one.
That water runs,
Yeah.
continues to run. Whenever there's a storm, I grab it. If you go out, would have went out there today with the heavy rains that we had, you can see the only water that runs there now is water that comes off the Moran property. It comes from his lower driveway, and there's a rut there. And if you stare at the driveway, because I put some recycled asphalt down, everything on his side of the drive, this side of the road, is washed. On my side of the road, it's not. So
Because it's higher.
It's all, no, it's because it's all coming from here now. His water's coming off his upper driveway, out a drain, it's coming from his lower driveway, pretty good, enough to do a trench, and it runs around. Had he, in the very beginning, did his own due diligence and put some hay bales in front of that driveway, when we had the very first storm, he wouldn't have 4-foot runs. Intentionally left it because he wanted it to look ugly. It made his argument bigger. His argument has bounced around between different people. First, in the beginning, I'm on it because I finished my lawn, and then it was between him and Cahill, back and forth, about 10 yards of silt.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you about the drainage and where the drainage was installed to, so I appreciate you letting me know that, and
I've tried to be quiet about this whole thing. I want to get out of it.
I
I want
understand.
this thing to die. He's my next door neighbor,
Right,
but he's not allowing it to happen that way.
yeah. It's not an easy one for anybody, not for us as a Conservation Commission, not for you folks who are living there and dealing with it. It's not easy for any of us to try to resolve and figure out how best to go forward.
Nobody's put up one dime down there. I've probably spent between $40,000 and $50,000 on that end of the road.
Mr. Chairman, it's inappropriate to say nobody's put up a dime. I'm paying this gentleman to be here tonight, and I paid to have a survey, and...
Oh, and you remove sediment from the pond.
And
correct.
For him to put the waffle block in to restabilize his slope going down, he had an estimate $26,000 on top of that, so it's, and he's already paid us, I don't mind telling you, he's already paid us over $17,000 for engineering. So, he's paid.
And there has
May I-
not been,
may I
there
speak?
there has not been an engineered, there's not been a professional engineer who submitted anything on this matter other than OHI.
No, I know. The work has all been done, basically
But
on their own.
is it sustainable? Where does the silt go? Where do floatables from the road go? That's because it's not engineered. Mr. Goodison made a very good attempt, I don't mind telling you, he made a very good attempt to capture that water.
He has.
What happens to it after it comes through those culverts? It's untreated. Where does the sediment go? You're talking a significant amount of water.
Could I please speak again?
Yeah, this meeting, by the way, we're ending it in 5 minutes, so that's it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Where Mr. Goodison's last culvert is, from that point down, the only water that goes on that road is water that comes off of Mr. Moran's property. His house is at the top of a hill. Water goes downhill. When you get torrential rainstorms like we had last summer, and that water's coming down his front yard, his side yard, and goes down his walkway to the lake where he has ripped it up. All the grass and everything that was there is now gone because he ripped it up.
Ma'am, do you have any new information? Ma'am, do you have any new information? Because this is exactly what you just said. Do you have anything new to say?
It's not anybody's listening.
No, we're listening. I told you we were listening, and we were taking it under advisement. We don't need to hear it again.
Somebody has to be responsible for the last 20 feet of that road where the water is coming. That last 20 feet of the road that gets water on it comes from Mr. Moran's front yard.
Can you mute?
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't come from the road.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
there's no doubt water comes off Mr. Moran's property. It always did. Since the house was built, water has come off that property, but water does not come off of the property with the intensity that did the original damage to his property. It does come off there. It still does, and it runs to that same place. But always did. It didn't do the initial damage. It was not enough volume.
I think we understand that.
All right, thank you.
Yep. All right.
If you want to close in 5 minutes, I'm not opposed to that either.
I think we're done for tonight.
So we'll go ahead, we'll email DEP.
I already did.
Okay, so then on our next meeting,
Next meeting, it's been no
response, we can go from there.
I agree. And then you do what you need to do to protect the resource and get this whole issue, at least down by the pond, rectified.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, should we make another field trip? Try another, like, for all of us to go down there and take a look at Mr. Moran's property?
I don't think it would hurt for us
Yeah.
to see not just
I mean-
Mr. Moran's property, but
Yeah,
all of Ledgestone Drive and
The whole thing. yeah.
culverts that have been put in, and
After I almost got stuck
it's
down
just
there.
helpful to be able to
I get out of
talk
there.
about it. So,
Yeah. Yeah,
If any of you would like to organize site walks with me, I'd be happy to do it.
okay.
Yes, it's almost better if we don't go as a group and we go individually because
Okay.
of
You have to have a
public meeting
quorum, yeah.
laws.
And then you have to have a meeting like.
Well,
right
Matthew
after
said
something.
we could, two of us,
Yeah.
two at a time.
Correct. Two at a time, and you don't need to post it as a public meeting.
Okay.
Can I make one last comment?
No, we're done. Oh, I'm serious. Thank you.
Make a motion to end the meeting?
Hold on.
Yep.
What about, we still have minutes?
I'm
Second.
sorry, we're not acting on your request tonight.
It's been seconded by Mike.
We
Okay,
still have-
motion's been made and seconded
Oh,
to
we still have
adjourn.
minutes that we pushed or
We're not
whatever.
doing anything more tonight.
You also have CRG on your agenda, but we don't have any updates from them because they're acting on Uxbridge's enforcement order. I will tell you that they did start doing restoration on the Uxbridge side, so that has begun, but that's the only update I have for that.
I was at the site middle of last week, and the
Mr. Chairman, there's been a motion and a second. We need to take the vote.
Okay.
I asked for a vote.
All right, go ahead. Never mind.
No.
All those in favor? No.
Jim, no? Jim, no, okay. Are you,
Do you want to adjourn?
you want to adjourn? Yes. Yes?
Yes.
Aye. Okay.